Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the Reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb Reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb Reporter?
For the past 6 months now. 6
months? Since when? Is it January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the Reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the Reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com. Yeah. It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the Reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and
then you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the Reporter come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a Reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a Reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the Reporter, and then they were given the first hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the Reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, when I had the opportunity to have the account, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective there, one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eid-Ul. Yes, I wrote about Eid-Ul, the way Eid-Ul became president in Cameroon as Cameroon,
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes, president of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay.
No.
But how did you know that the Eid-Ul story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eid-Ul has money. He's a billionaire, so Eid-Ul could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the part that really got me, and I also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what I mean. Our leaders also need to be not always about money, but it should also come from the heart. Okay.
Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal. So people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency. And then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, I've been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain words to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain words before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So
okay.
when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles, and then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the app. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael, Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put it there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News, and GhanaWeb News you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do your phone?
Yes.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop, but why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for you. Okay, but you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it," and then I did that. And then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard.
Okay. And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day. And yours are mainly articles?
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations. So you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube. Yes. You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the Reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the Reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb Reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100 plus Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there. And then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that this 3 publications actually got me 100 plus Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also accounts, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop. And then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything. So I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, and that really motivated me to continue publishing more. And then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when Ejapa was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already.
Yeah.
And you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was, I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see, 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles, to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months,
exactly,
waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is, me, for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw, actually. But I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real? You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, oh yes, I even withdrew 100 and something Ghana cedis. So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal. And then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them. And then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about the opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrew my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again. Just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think when I want to make a post? I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter. You can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know. But then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy. Because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day, the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. You have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah.
So your strategy is the headline.
Mine is the headline. Okay. Because I'm to writing the article. Mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it. So that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, and that's it. You can just apply upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even documents. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist, or a celebrity, or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There's also the aspect of the advocacy, or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
Over the last 72 hours, the world, which is struggling to recover from a devastating pandemic, has been hit with yet another situation which some analysts argue could be a potential path towards World War III. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has captured global attention to a conflict which is on the tipping point of escalating into a full-blown war. Today on Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV, I bring you a special editorial on the escalating Russia-Ukraine conflict, as well as an interview with some Ghanaian students who have unfortunately been caught up in this unfortunate situation. My name is George Isi. I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi, and we go straight into our special editorial on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We take you back to February 2014. Russia, in the month of February 2014, invaded and annexed Crimean Peninsula from Ukraine. Later in 2014, a group of pro-Russian separatists took control over the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. The incident has since led to continuous conflict between militia groups supported, armed and financed by Russia on one hand, and the Ukrainian army and its volunteer militia groups backed by NATO and Europe on the other hand. In the process, thousands of lives have been reported lost in the crossfire between the two sides. Both sides, however, later agreed on a ceasefire deal, which was dubbed the Minsk Agreement. The agreement was to see Russia stay out from Ukraine until over 70 hours ago, when Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, by executive order, recognized the disputed areas as independent states. Putin did not stop there. He ordered an invasion of the area, with assaults being launched on various Ukrainian military installations, thereby nullifying the Minsk Agreement, which was to see Russia withdraw its forces from eastern Ukraine. With several explosions heard around Ukraine, some deaths and injuries have been recorded, with some people attempting to troop out of the country. Another angle to the entire situation has to do with Ukraine's plans to join the European Union and NATO, with Russian President Vladimir Putin seeing it as an attempt to reduce Russian power and limit its economic fortunes. United States President Joe Biden has been clear to state that America will not be sending troops to Ukraine to fight in the conflict, but will support Ukraine from a distance. This same position has been taken by other world leaders and NATO members who have since condemned the actions of Russia. Among other actions, the United States President has announced a series of sanctions against Russia and its leadership. These same sanctions has also been adopted by Europe and its allies. So now we look at how this whole situation is affecting Ghana. Of course, it is a global situation with global impact, and therefore we would want to narrow it down to Ghana. And for that, I have joining me my colleague Mauli Aholu-Megan. He is on our business desk, and he will be helping me to do that. Mauli, welcome.
Thank you very much, George. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
So first of all, what will be your initial comments on this entire Russia-Ukraine?
For now, I think it's quite very serious. It's looking serious. Some of the Russia's airspace have been taken over by Ukraine's airspace have been taken over by Russia, and there's quite a lot of tension here. And but most presidents, especially in the European Union, all of them are on edge as to what's the next line of action to take.
But on the global space, I mean, before we narrow it down to Ghana, on the global space, how is this affecting the world?
It's going to very much impact the world, especially economically. Russia is a very key supplier of oil and gas, and so for superpowers like US and UK begin to issue sanctions to Russia because before all this happened, those tensions were brewing for some time now. But Joe Biden, the US president, had to have a number of calls with Vladimir Putin, but it looks like those conversations didn't really yield any results. So it was more of a plea to him to sort of, back down, because they had already had the intelligence that this was what was going to happen. And prior to this whole invasion, Vladimir Putin had a whole press conference for almost over an hour explaining why he needed to do what he needed to do. But it looks like he had already planned it already. So for now, prices are going crazy on the market, especially the stock market and also oil. Like I said earlier, Russia is a very, very key supplier of oil and gas. And so for US and most of the European countries begin to sanction Russia, is going to impact on the pricing as well. Because already, as of yesterday, oil prices hit above $100, which is very, very significant. And so it's going to really, really impact us.
I'm sure this is something that Ghanaians would not be happy hearing, considering the prices of fuel over the last period.
Yes, obviously, it's really not going to bode well, especially in Ghana, because even in the February pricing window for Ghana, fuel prices went up twice, and now fuel is selling around 7 cedis. And there are already projections that should this happen, we know we are entering into another month very soon, which is in March. So we're going to have the first pricing window of March. If these tensions begin to continue and stay high like the way it is now, for now we're in the early stages, but I mean, should sanctions begin to roll in on Russia, Russia will now also begin to feel the impact of that. Already globally, some corporations have begun to take off their businesses with Russian companies. So like, for example, Manchester United flies on an Aeroflot, which is a plane that the players sit on, and it's a Russian company. Now they've had to cancel that sponsorship agreement that they've had. The Roman Abramovich, the Chelsea owner as well, the UK Parliament, Boris Johnson, visibly in Parliament saying that let's ban this man from operating in UK, because he has a very big investment in the UK. Sure. So it's really, really going to impact. And
of course, I understand that the Champions League final for this year was scheduled to be hosted in Russia, but then it has been moved out. Yes. So it means Russia is really, really bearing the brunt. Finally, on Ghana, we understand that this is also likely to result in global inflation. Bringing that to the Ghanaian level, how is this also going to impact Ghana?
Yeah, so how that is going to impact is already our inflation numbers are already high, very, very high, because of pricing, as well as the COVID. We're also tending to forget that COVID was already doing a lot of things to our economy. So now we're already suffering prices of goods and services. Now, what this tension is going to do is now going to spike that. So it's going to go higher than you actually, and that will now impact on pricing, because now whoever that has more of the supply will begin to hoard it. It's just like the vaccines. They'll begin to hoard the vaccines, and then availability will become very, very difficult, because now you have to pay more in order for that. And I mean, if you have people you know how movement works with economics, if people are not moving out there to purchase goods and services, it's obviously going to start to impact. So for us back home, it looks like we have to start expecting to see some full hikes in the next few weeks to come.
Sure. Yeah. We pray it actually ends soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
So yes, I had my colleague Mauli Aholu-Megan joining me to bring his expertise to bear on what this situation means to Ghana. Of course, Ghana is not isolated from a situation that has a global impact, and so we are hoping that it will be dealt with soon. We'll be right back, and once we get back, we'll have a conversation with some Ghanaians who have rather unfortunately been caught up in this situation in Russia and Ukraine.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome, this is Still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi. As indicated earlier, we have joining us today some Ghanaian students in Ukraine and Russia who have unfortunately been caught up in all of this situation. We go to Zoom where we have Kofi Jesse, Abigail, Do, Kwabna Fako, and Ajiman Kwabna. Let me start with Kofi. Kofi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother. So, how is the situation like in your location?
Okay, so let me speak to you from where currently I am. I am in Volgograd in Russia, and I can tell you that the situation here is very calm and peaceful. Everything is very calm. The transport system is working. The internet is available, but I'm only able to comment on this particular issue with regards to the position I occupy as the Speaker of the Royal Senate. And then that is where we are able to get to know how the students are faring from all the other states. And the information currently that we have at the Senate is that there has been no issues in Russia. Everybody is very calm, everybody is very safe. And so we are only hoping for the best.
Great. So you are in Russia and not necessarily affected by what is happening, but then you are receiving reports from other places and you are in the know of what some other Ghanaian students are going through their current situation, if I'm right.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that we students in Russia here are only looking at what is going on with our brothers in Ukraine. We share their pain and we know that it is not easy for them. But we in Russia are very calm because there's nothing that is so scary going on here. Everything is calm. It's just that the media reportage, the sensationalism of the media space is also giving us that kind of emotional instability with regard to whatever you are seeing on the screens, that we are scared that probably something is going to happen here. But currently, the atmosphere here is very calm and very peaceful. But we are only worried because of what we think would happen in the future. But with our brothers at the other end, correspondence with them show that it's not so calm with them, and we only share their pain and then we pray for the best.
Okay, so let me speak to Abigail. Abigail, are you also in Russia?
Yeah, I'm in Russia.
Oh, great. And how is the situation? How have you also been receiving the news and what's your situation?
Okay, so I am in Krasnodar, not so far from Crimea, which is at the border. Right now, as my friend or the first person already spoke, there's not much going on here. Everything is calm. We are going about our daily activities actually. So yes, we see troops and armored cars, but there's not much panic around. We're going about our daily activities like how it's supposed to be. So there's not much going on here.
Okay, if that's the case, then we speak to Kwame. Kwame, how about you? Are you also in Russia?
Yes, I'm also in Russia. Also in Russia.
Okay, so
yes, right now, as my colleagues have already said, the situation is kind of, no one is actually panicking about anything, but the cities which are near to the border, they have prevalent of, they are just having some panic attack because of, the armor cars, helicopters making noise, those kind of stuff. So they are actually having some fear. And just, we're also getting information from, from friends and colleagues from Ukraine, where they have to actually run for safety. Some are actually going to board, other countries to be able to get a flight back to Ghana because all flights have been suspended.
Okay, so we are here to see if we have somebody from Ukraine joining us. Kwabena, are you also in Russia?
No, I'm in Ukraine.
Great. So it's good to have somebody from Ukraine now. What is your situation?
I'm in a city called Sumy. For us, we are just some few kilometers from Russian border, and as of yesterday, there were some blasts, near us, some few kilometers from our hostel, which we heard it was from the other side. So what they told us that we should keep calm, and then, so yesterday we have to go down we have underground bunkers. So we have to go down there and then stay there throughout the night so that at least we have some safety. And then when you go around the city, there's nothing going on actually, because it brought panic, and then ATMs, the queues there, supermarkets, there were a lot of queue. But yesterday we managed to get some few foodstuffs, but the unfortunate thing is the getting money. For us now here, it's like impossible. So because banks have closed, ATMs, some of them now, you go, there's no cash. And then getting out from these cities too is quite difficult because we found ourselves where we have to pass through two cities which are severely affected. That's Kyiv and then Kharkov. So it's like getting out is quite difficult for us for now. But they've told us to keep calm. They are just monitoring what is going on.
Okay, so Kwabena, if that's the case, you spent the night in the bunker. You are back to your hostel now, right?
Yes, please.
Is it that the situation is dying down or what?
Yeah, from what we heard from especially university officials, they said this place is at risk. We could have some hits at any moment. So yesterday when we experienced the first hit just near us, they thought it's advisable for us to get secure, like bunker, and then stay there for the night. So that's the situation.
But Kwabena?
Yes, please.
So about the Ghanaian embassy, have you heard anything from the embassy?
Nothing official. According to what our NUC's president told us, that they've contacted the bank. Actually, in Ukraine, we don't have Ghanaian embassy here. It's only Russia and other countries. They said they've heard nothing official from them, but they've sent some information to various embassies, hoping to receive some response, but not yet.
But are you happy with the response? Are you happy with the response of the government of Ghana?
For now, it's like there's no decisive, they've not taken a decisive step for now. But we are hoping that they take something, like they consider the situation, because over here it's really very serious. Maybe they might not have idea how it looks like here, because for us, even now, our worry is even finance, how to get money to travel to safety is a problem, because we can't receive money. If they even send money, there is no way we are going to take that money out, and feeding will become almost impossible in the next few days to come. So they've heard our grievances, and they are considering it, but they should speed up.
You talk of feeding becoming a problem in the next few days. I'll come back to you to speak on all those matters, but then I would want to speak to your other colleagues who are in Russia, where fortunately the situation is a bit calm. Kofi, tell me, are you happy with the response that the government of Ghana is giving to this situation, considering your position?
All right. All right. So over here we have a very calm atmosphere, like I said earlier on. And when this issue started, our president wrote that he's spoken to the embassy in Moscow, and they have assured everybody in the federation that they are very much on top of their game. They have the capacity to deal with the situation whenever there are uncertainties, so students should not panic. And this officially has been communicated to the entire student populace. And therefore, we also have a lot of confidence in our embassy, because for the past years, dealing with them, they've showcased that they have the interest of students at heart, and they are able to also take the interest of students into recognition. So for us here, we have that solid assurance from the embassy, and then we are not scared at all when any situation comes out. But however, we are not also ruling any case of uncertainties in the future, because nobody knew that this issue was going to escalate to this point. Therefore, as students and as student leaders, we have also gone beyond and started collecting data of individual students and their contacts and emails, and then we also compile that and keep ourselves abreast and set up with time, so that whenever there has to be any issue that students would have to leave the federation, we also set ourselves ready, and then we will leave. But like I'm saying, with issues regarding correspondence of Ukrainian students and the embassy, I am unable to comment on that since I am not in the federation. So that is all that I can say for now with regards to the correspondence between the students and the embassy. Thank you very much.
Then let me gather Kwame's thoughts on the government's response. Of course, you have shared your view, but then Kwame, what do you make of the government's response to this situation?
Okay, I think I watched some news yesterday, and then I think it was brought up in Parliament, and we are just hoping that everything will be done as fast as possible, because very soon, as Kwabena said, very soon receiving money is going to be very difficult. I personally today, when I closed from the hospital, I went to the bank to withdraw some money using Western Union, and I went to 3 banks, and then they said they will not be able to give me money because of the sanctions and all that. So very soon, I'm sure if nothing is being done about it for students to actually secure some food, because right now, very soon, if money is being sent later on, it's going to be useless, because we won't be able to use that money for anything, since nothing can be sold to us, or you get what I'm trying to say. So I think the response must actually come as fast as possible, so that we're able to secure the necessary needs.
Okay. So we are talking about government response. Let me speak to my female guest. About government's response, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans? Of course, Kwame mentioned the fact that the issue was discussed in Parliament yesterday. Abigail, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans, and how soon do you expect that to be implemented?
Okay, so currently there's been an airstrike actually, especially the cities located at the south, even in the capital. So flights are not moving in, flights are not moving out. So evacuation is not actually the way forward right now. So I don't think that can come into the plan. Maybe yes, funding to move people into a much more safety zone, because it's not all, especially in Ukraine. Yes, there are zones that have been affected, especially Kiev and other zones, but they are not all parts of the country is being affected by what's going on. So if people can be moved to a much more safer zone, that would be better. But evacuation to Ghana or wherever by flight, I don't think it's going to be possible.
Okay, so we are about ending this discussion. I would like to get Kwabena to give me some few answers, and then I'll pick your final words. Kwabena, you talk about the fact that you will soon run out of supplies. How soon are we talking about, and how consequential is this going to be?
So let's take it from next week onwards. Basically, I will have, let me talk from my perspective and my colleagues near me. From next week onward, we will have nothing left. So if it continues like this, that means from next week, we'll we'll be left with nothing. And it will be very difficult because here you have nowhere to go. Yes, you have nowhere to go. For us, the situation is already getting out of hands for us because most students have already run out of money. And the fact that even from yesterday, it was impossible for us to receive any money or take money. My bank, when I tried removing money, I used two banks. The first one, I couldn't remove. The second one sent me a message that unfortunately my card is not permitted to do any transaction now. So it's going to be very difficult for us.
You are in a Kwabena, you are in a foreign country. What is the government of Ukraine doing for expatriates in their country, like people like yourself? What is the government of Ukraine doing for you?
Okay, for now, we've not heard anything. The only thing is, he's general. He said everyone should remain calm, but he has not commented anything specific about foreigners or anything of that sort.
So for now, you're on your own?
Yeah, for now, everyone is on his own.
Government plans, calls for evacuation. You are in this situation more than any of our guests. Is this something that you would want government to do, or what is your call to government?
For me, I think it should be considered, although now airports and then some airports have been destabilized, but it should also be under consideration. Anyhow, because our plan is moving to safer places. For example, Lviv airport is considered the safest now, not Kiev. So it should be considered. It doesn't necessarily mean only flying from Kiev. Lviv is there. So for me, I think it's very necessary for us.
Okay, Kwabena, so we understand your situation. We hope you stay safe. Let me get the final thoughts of your colleagues and then we'll wrap this up. Abigail, what will be your final words?
Okay, so right now we are able to control the situation to a particular point, but as Kwame and Kwabena and everyone else has said, we are not sure of how things are going to escalate. So it will be very glad if the government speeds up their response to us to make things better.
Okay. Kwame, any last words?
Okay, so one thing that came to mind was if it's possible, if not evacuating the people to Ghana, we can evacuate the people around the border to safer cities so that they can be there for now. If it's possible, we can get the embassy to get the students that the students that are studying the cities that are around the border to safer cities, so that just in case of anything they will be safe. Because recently the first attack from Russia was actually from one city, Belgrade, and that city has a lot of Ghanaian students, scholarship students to be specific. So if it's possible for them to, the embassy to actually get the students from the cities that are near the border to safer cities, it's going to be very, very fine. So that they will feel some safety. Because my city currently, no one is talking about the whole thing, just the banks that are, the banks have been affected since the economy is being crippled. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Kofi, you are in a position of leadership. You coordinate communication and activities between your colleagues and the government of Ghana. What will be your final words?
All right. So, my brother, in this particular situation, first of all, my heart goes out to our brothers in Ukraine, and I agree that these are tough times, and surely they will prevail. And all that we can all do as individuals is to keep calm and remain safe. And look out for ourselves each and then make sure that we defend ourselves. But for me, in this era of civilization, it is very unfortunate that we have to talk about an impending, so to say, war at this particular point in time. But we ask that you all help us in prayers, keep us in your thoughts, and then we wish that moving forward, this issue will not escalate, but will rather stay calm, and then at both sides, in Russia and then in Ukraine, not even only Ghanaian students, but people, this is the call for humanity. People in Russia and people in Ukraine will be safe, and no life will be lost as a result of this. We need all prayers and support in these hard times. Remember us in prayers. Thank you very much.
Great. So, guys, we thank you for your time, and we hope you stay safe. And we'll reach out to you in case we need any further updates. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
So, viewers, this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George EC. I did this by speaking to some Ghanaian compatriots in Ukraine and Russia, where there's been some fighting over the last 72 hours. They are praying that the situation is contained in due time to stop the situation from escalating. Of course, this has been Say Loud with me, George EC, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Be assured that no matter the temporary economic difficulties we face, the commitments that we have made towards the development of Muslim communities shall not be compromised. National Chief Imam, Ulama, another lesson we ought to draw from Hajj is the near sacrifice of Prophet Ibrahim of his son Ishmael. My fellow Ghanaians, we are all going to have to make some sacrifices to afford us the space to navigate the troubled waters of the current economic difficulties. In the place of government, discretionary expenditures of ministries, departments, and agencies have been cut by 30%. The salaries of all political appointees, including myself, have been reduced by 30%. Fuel coupon allocations have been slashed by 50%, and other expenditures suspended.
Calls for Efeodor to be arrested and prosecuted heightened, but the TV personality is unperturbed. She insists that they are criminals all over, and so the focus should rather be on arresting them. Last week we had a conversation on Stonebwoy and NFTs, where the Bank of Ghana has released a statement asking the public not to invest in CD coin. Stonebwoy has issued a disclaimer, and so we are seated for a riveting conversation on these and other issues that made headlines this week. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum in GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantepa. My guests are seated. McDonald Nanea Asari, a.k.a. Romeo, is a columnist and actor. He is with Miss Ghana and he's the assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare by a politician. Politician in Akwaba. Biawoko. Why the Nibi audition? I say on your politicians in me. Why the politicians as a man?
Oh, say a man on Mubuma means make us a main promise.
But politics.
Politics.
Okay.
If I'm here, politics.
Sir. And see me MP already.
Oh, you do why? MP party there be a year corner doors and outdoor in. I mean, to find that card. I mean, the doors. It's anything I may expertise with me aboa any necessarily MPDA. Nye bad.
Communications director.
Nye bad.
Of a certain political party.
No crash so no. Masaya no Panama salai doors and
But Eni Chumuabuatin is a columnist, the first female to have been appointed as the spokesperson for 3 music awards. Vida Akwaba.
Yeah.
Romeo, free your mind.
Free my mind. Around the Bansen Pure and Pessameka. But I say, this is a space we are all fighting for. And to be VC Banase Mankama Avian, Ebi Kranama Koyare, Jankruma Ekufado. Over the years, you know, when young Crawford said Edward Ajakum Kufu, or Mampenin Kufu, Badada, or Mampenin Dada, former president Kufu, Neba Ajakum Kufu, Edward Ajakum Kufu. Or a renowned actor or a fine gentleman, but Oshaya Tamanani Papa AD president no. Na on fan ho and she share amanyomu. He was people's darling boy, like he was all over, but no fan ho share yememu. But it's appalling to see say Jan Kroma ahejake the creative art agency. 2020 actor mo pass ya be yemra say was omunya executive secretary no mutimi appointee form a board I be run day-to-day activity. I say she holds herself as a CEO, which is against the tenets of in terms of constitutionality. Mremono at least Papa na president, and he is a human rights lawyer. And ban say in terms of legality and constitutionality, and how they will feed here and can empower.
If you say so, holding itself as CEO,
I was a president. I appointed executive secretary, just like NFA. There's no appointment, and holding her as a CEO, which the act does not permit.
So holding what is saying, she's going about saying so. A
CEO, our forming committees.
Okay.
She's forming committees, which is against the Act. OTRC Act 1048 2020. This was an urgent act. We are almost pushy prior to the 2020 elections. And the entire when it's close to elections, you use creative artists. You use them because they have numbers, they have followers. Now you're BT and now you follow crowd. No, you used to be a damping. Today we are talking about something that is happening. Anka president badie, anka hodi anka sebi emfound. But people are not talking about it because it gives them no reason to criticize whatever bad thing is ongoing. By the huna say nya, I was say yeka because enye fe or ene so be na so wintimi anka ochina obi nso ya wintimi nka. Just imagine say in fact say o man penyi bi aba na nka ne ba ehodi ne ho as a CEO of acting sports minister of Ministry of Sports. And in the same vein, if it has to do with the creative industry, we are not just as a microphone share that to be at me the BBI. So I would try to focus push some agenda, and I think it's a course in the right direction. And anyone with an out of a friend saying conscience, you find yourself within the creative art space. This is a fight for you as well. Because Mintias say Yashemra, say appoint executive secretary. Na intimate more creative industry, then we be honest will be ye be na so wonya. Na president mba aje akintenso. it's not something palatable, and I'll frown on it on any day.
Okay, Vida, young
I think say week already. It's Eid-Ul-Adha week. Second wife saga. See another day. House.
I say member no. Say we open 1:1. Open 1:2. Member yes as open 1:1.
Oh, mama worries. Say yes to ye TSC.
1 2.
Mohamo is a TSC dream.
Now bet.
Oh, some for two na say yes you to me for two money yana. Because say you are confused. You to me who say yen fa the on worry yes here. Na later uncle for be meka ho. Na yenya menopausal heartbreak. Ana say yen ko tare obi hu sesia na yen fa heartbreak ni nanti abrabo ni yenye used to ento say be 60 years no na ko kware na ye live la bi ya confuse yen montre me eya mo pile sana den na ye mam ambassador
Romeo say o ire ba ko on fa binka ho
Romeo fa binka ho
me so me single me fa binka
Romeo me so on fa binka ho da o camera new
o say me wedding obi ehun it is me wedding for Frank obi abe
nye wedding for the tattoo the tattoo uni side check
more role models for Bible move be but you le do chidie no move na enye one of them
ati we why ba wo dey see
me nye bibia de na maye say ma ware obi anim me ware bi
it say yen say yen gi embrace
pre-menopausal
heartbreak and I say post menopausal heartbreak yen hu de ye fa
Romeo say how ni say
just say I don't mean I'm feeling for the wife no at the same time the second one also feel say freedom be aba fe dey yasi nyina ehu is say yen hu say yes yen bi ana
hwe
na say oba no okọ be ma no no nim say be ma no
e wo bi dada
enti say oba pe oba say ma de enti na be ma
no she has chosen say obe accept sa pre-menopausal heartbreak no because okofa de oni bia wa hwe hu sese de we sutimi ba ne ho no okofa de oni a obi su be ba ha ho
eni emfa ni
say say ye tie si dwema na oni menya adwen
enti wo no sa wonyema na ehwan ya
o se menyema
na ehwan ya
o se minka mi fa me ho nyemfa to ho
so wo se ye tie enti tisi mu na se
bisa
se ebi amene abrante pa na e owi na se ba ha okwa
eya se bisa na mi bisa yeso ye tisi mamba ye okay ya na
bada yesi ye wade nyina kwanza nyina na fata ye mbe ma de fata ye de bi de en fata ye mu de ne bia ne fata mo
it is difficult for you to see a lady say oh akoyo marino we marino
ebi kan busa abna kokko
no me say it is difficult
busa abna kokko so nkaya
ye we dey Charlie we dey
ebika ebika ye one vivid example esia living testimony also over 100 we crossing over 100 ade mita mo ho
abrant me twem na tise dey okay nkrofo bi di nkoma gina ge bi aka we ma we no me hwe me chia se na me no mo ka me mi ni mo bia o
esi
omo ye
say nyamisro no ne self respect no kakra bi na wo mu se mu ya na etifa so a because I said here say am normalize cheating na man so I some way I the step is you know me koye research me the findings ma beto and I will leave the women me try mo kwan a omo fa so
Mate,
no, I wanted to say something very little about
quick one.
French ambassador. No, I'm on for say Juma or no, Juma Crossing Ministry. No, yes, realm. My reduce show back or organize with France to a whole Juma Ministry of Culture, Tourism, and Creative Arts. Said that me bobo no. 3 huge umbrellas and a was a unasi. And I had the fufra all year, commending for that. You're benefiting France is also a benefit. It's new. It's okay, say, say, one say, if I see a can't want some bonabaswa. But to say, oh, yeah, Juma saying a whole ministry just because of show I couple or Paris, I don't think that is a good comparison, you know. Me and watch his idea.
Okay, that's Vida, Ose.
30 seconds. In as much as ABA, it's not meant say bebu set up in Imtiano. I think she deserves that applause.
And
that's
what
also,
I said.
And to understand, no, say, despite and leadership. Because they are not doing anything for the
people. But we shouldn't encourage that culture.
Is it? You don't despite when they are performing.
No, we shouldn't encourage that culture.
Saying. Okay. So
we are not discouraging. We are not discouraging anybody. But we want them to also do more. See, woman, we are she's cutting all facets of our national life.
Now, do you know the benefits she's also raking in as the ambassador? You have no idea.
Okay. You are aware, say, if government and as a leadership, Edio Muhunji, Adiwe, to say be a festival be Netherlands. And as a festival be Australia and Denmark. Do you know the level of Ghanaian culture about travel alcohol every year? Now Bibia air cost now France for so GB. I don't know the deal. You can't compare with Nigeria because we are going beyond borders. Okay. It's a wake-up call. I feel say a guru statement is a step in the right direction. So whoever, yes, it may mean something for us.
I don't think so. Because Asan Kono Guru Grandkid didn't become France, but only song with any French artist.
Exactly. So
it's in one copy. So a calculated strategy in a mamene effort. It's a win-win situation for Ghana and France. By a calculated into gurus on China because I don't know one go be. So only French song. There's a strategy.
Okay. Mate, there's a strategy. Yanko break. When we return, we'll talk about Eid-Ul-Adha and Stonebwoy. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantipa. My guest, McDonald Nanaya Asari, aka Romeo, and Vida Educhumwa Boatin. Well, a few other story in the end of the year because we see at the album listening. Na a few other article shine. Because I was there, or before me, they see here and here trust. Now, on to our discussion. I'm out for my mystery. Oh, but I didn't nefe. Honestly, nefe. So it was a Thursday, and then we gathered at the airport square. What's the name pronounced? Is it Barbados or Barbados? What's the right pronunciation? Barbados, right? Okay. So it's at Airport Square. We went there for Kwesi Arthur's album listening, Son of Jacob, and the place was packed. Actually, there were 2 listening sessions happening on that day. Ken Maga was having a single session and an interaction with the media. That actually happened around Paloma. And so right from there, we all went to Barbados to listen to Kwesi Arthur's album. Like I said, a few other family. Well, that dressing, if you've not seen it, it's on your screen already. For some reasons, the nipples have been blurred because well, like I mentioned, there are calls. Lawyer Maurice Sampa is saying that she should be arrested and prosecuted because it's not different from what happened to Waisa Great in 2015 when he showed his manhood during his performance at the December to Remember concert. Lawyer Obiri Buahin who is also the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, says if you look at the law, he sides with Maurice Sampa, but if you do page you I will tie call question and issue idea. I didn't have it. Madam, I mean you.
Yeah, I'm not minimobia or style a shatter dia or running home. Na me bisa and say, Adana or yes, sir. I don't catch him so. What try a Jimawe, what try a Jimawe, what try a Jimawe, and fat. Into your running home, say, be I appeal to be as a nipan of friend. Omu could do magro kakra na fi when ya bibi kakra de shene ho. Enti me bisa na no say oh my ye we obobo anwuma be 6-7 so. And afi de baby we drew ne say obɛro ne ho. Enti me betina ase din na me dwen afi odo de nam say obi 7th choice of the person union now the first choice in area. And in a case pa because I don't know what I will be gaining out of Sadia Uye. Maybe can ha abra ekrapim polo everyone who train ba say Ababa Away came out publicly to said there was nothing wrong with the post. Ama girl ye trainer bosso or kode mukakra SMP ba and I said say for publicly supporting sa post no was set on also ye trainer so. Because also was our following nibi. Ye can and no for full say oh by that day and na no ya and no abeke travel na holy na me nye holy. But Madam Bonnie nye ne mero me ho dia nanti abonten so. Omo amfi and as I say in a movie from Black Plaster no say solitape say then or the tare no for na no. Say why? And the whole nipple no show indecent. I don't see why you should wear such a revealing attire to baby to say Barbados no when you know say it's an album listening. I mean any award show be na walk on look at that glamorous. And I mean clothing line papa bia one mouse Saturday na sha all pay millions of cedis to put that Saturday on. And it mean who the essence of it. Self-see account one sem, and I say you want to take the shine off Kwesiata because Obi account I didn't want sem. Nobody even remembers the title of the album.
Oh, a son of Jacob.
I mean, him say son of Jacob. I got that crime and a popular crampo chain. They know omo you know omo unveil at the end. So to me, in the it's not something I may encourage. They say no the nets na so she all transitional. Or transition, you be one say kwata na ordinary mabonting, and it's not something that we want our young girls to see. And for me, I will support the call for her to be arrested. She needs to be cautioned because in your polo, and can you name some Mrabi Kra or Ghana Hanum said to say it's me the obi to say okay, no polo echo tum. So me, I support that call. Say,
Usuma Kwesiata. But Kwesiata and so say if you're a confident woman who is not shy, afraid to show what she's got. And also
on only opinion.
Yeah,
I mean I don't expect him to say anything otherwise. Because they are used to these naked girls, even in the video vixens, they are used to these girls already. And I don't expect say Obabe body shaming and Obabe castrated because apparently no more tight. And so no big Jamukasadi, he might say these things, but Abia no call a tria or Bibi or Becatch. And I don't see why you should show your confidence through nakedness. I think my adjoining ejma. You get it? My adjoining a casa. Do something worthwhile. Be me who say we intelligent. There are other intelligent. Should na kiyata kola kitikiti. Only 15 years in po. And so I said na kola ni carry ne ho about. Only penny for na tun sadidi. Na wo say the wa row hin. Edwabo ben ne be bo a amam penny for ne nkofo titiru be ba wo ye be fra wa ba mu bi. Obi ni wo be fra because wo ba be row ho de guni penny mu ate. Until you have to think so intelligence no all limiting to nakedness any kwan hu gina and answer intelligence na according to Kwesi Arthur no we intelligence ultimate media rabejima or sunning penny phobia diana. So you need to think. And the year can I so now all trending now all qua war corner. Or full say something profitable. So noir. But I'm saying this kind of intelligence, and ya kono to me. And there's no way I may be men can encourage young girls and I be a nation building. Be a fan punto one me throw about because me trimming one girls now or me I can't be sure of what you tell them. What's my say? So that level of intelligence, to me is unappealing.
Okay. Romeo, in all of this, Fiodor seems like the only time she had shown that any idea was when Kwakese tweeted that the album is doing well, but had it not been Fiodor's exposure, the album could have done better. So then Fiodor comes in and said if she knew this was how it was going to be, she wouldn't have done that at all. Exactly. But here is a post. She says you won't go and arrest people who do illegal mining. The true pimples on my chest is what you are worried about. Set your priorities straight and get off my chest, jokers. Does it seem like those calling for arrest, they don't have priorities?
Not necessarily so, but say or try say draw for attention. Say there are more pressing, damning issues of national interest in issues concerning her. But with Maurice Ampao, I mean pinpointing from the point from Maurice Ampao. Maurice Ampao make comparisons with Waisa grade no. Act 1960 criminal code no. Subsection 9295 or 6, there are about two, subsection 25, talks about indecent exposure. Now, why is that grade? Why is that issue? No? The issue is or exposing the genital. And definition of genital, no for one count. Say, mra, and according to law, and more example, kasa. And when you are looking at genitals, considering genitalia, no for count. And in that aspect, no dear, whoever talks about law should come, well, say a foot a moral directions and a more money. But when you have to talk about law, it talks about genital exposure. And I feel though, Sebi, when show the clitoris, when show the vulva.
No, they also be sure they say,
I'm talking of. You see, no, I'm talking law. I'm talking from the perspective of law. Say yes, exactly, but when you show it, no, you see, anchor. Anyway, if you're talking law, because for example, I'm out of the vacuum. He's a learned person. He's a legal person. If he is calling from that angle, say Yenchina, he should come from a proper perspective. Say, why is that great? So that's a genital. But in this regard, no for your genital. No for is a body part. And yes, I can be my ear and chest that way and can see a change now. And if we analyze it critically, one can say and deep on in as if one running as if we crank it. A champion for you see, I'm not condoning indecent exposure, but it looks as if say, yeah, too selective, and that level of selective amnesia needs some cure. Say, adieba asemba a particular angle, a fibano. For example, a lot of issues are happening around you. You're not talking about it. But who for the who say you prosecute you.
Your friend Bissan say law
and then he had a wrong interpretation of the law, and I challenge him to it. I challenge him.
Lawyer Obribu has said Maurice Ampao has a point.
Even if it's Chachushikata who said it, and I have my facts and checks, I will challenge them to prove it to us, say. No for a genital because it's indecent exposure. Of genitals. And yes, I can be my yes, we are Obi Betmakasa Brante Power, we are Bema now you boa. I said you see Obi. So I was a chill. And Bema sent actual Moonshata. Nkrofo say ne achi omaka say okay mu ye dipo mama nkola na yom no fo esi so South Africa cra culture ho a yi no fo go so it talks about nothing. There are maybe if you want us to talk about culture critically, moral issues, let's talk about moral issues. But when you try to come from the legal perspective, let's talk about the reality of the legal aspect.
We want to know all aspects. No, if you free legal, you have culture, you have moral. Until you born it tough, no.
Cultural aspects, no. Yeah, culture ain't found on it because more evidence said Dipo. Ekoso. Festival. Oh, as a man, making me choice. Mama making me issue. Romeo. Uti.
No, me say. Romeo wife, so you know. No, me free her, me boy wife and money.
Say yeah, show. Abranta, what we are saying is Uti say. Minkas, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, but points when you are convinced so wife.
Listen to what I'm saying. What are you saying? You see, me, my interest has to even do with the legal perspective, from legal aspect. Say more 24. Say on no ye na ebia moto fo say ebia say the echiremba no besua bibi and say ebia or bibi say fine. But when you try to go the legal way and you're not saying the right thing, we will tell you are wrong.
Okay.
And that's what I want to prove to
quickly by that quick one.
I'll petition Chief Justice in front of phone genitals.
You are not talking until then. If your door is free to wear whatever she likes.
Okay, so back onto the album. Who did he say near Fiordo a year no? A doom album nija.
Never.
It hasn't.
Abrantipa, this
has it rather improved?
It has improved.
Oh.
Andrea said I was on a program and it went hand in hand. Who can fear the overcome way? Oka Kosiata, Obeka Efiodo. See, this industry, the more scandalous, the more sales. And until no biti mika say me be release that was in didi matem. Na min trend and you min trendy. It's business. We thrive on scandals, this industry. Yet he ha and Rashida Black Beauty and no come on chinantu. Now once na edim pragro. Man award. You see the level of hypocrisy in this country. Like we're selective. So we need to cure that selective amnesia. On a more serious note, it is you don't choose and pick. Say try to cure the moral decadence within our setup. Do it holistically. Don't target anybody. Don't target people.
We will start.
Matthias. Rashida Black Beauty Award.
We will start.
Yet Obi Upa Efia Nocturna. And Bonum said, Mobi be no about trendy see Efia Nocturna. This is the level of lens and media no Emma indecency. So people feel say it's normal. And so you don't come back crying when you've allowed things to pass under the bridge.
Okay. So Enotina Bank of Ghana saw Montana Emma things to pass under the bridge. And the Stoneboy endorsement of the cryptocurrency CD coin. They have released a statement. Last week we had a conversation on this one. It was Romeo against what's his name? Black Pepper. And then, you know, funny enough, when we were about to start the show, he sent me a voice note. I was saying, Stoneboy and I knew actually. Sounds to you, Black Pepper. Now can we be back?
Defending look for the yesterday.
They been another person
for defense. How are you? Say.
So let me read a statement from the Bank of Ghana. It was released on 26th. I beg your pardon, 27th. He said the Bank of Ghana has taken notice of the impending launch of the crypto investment scheme named CD Coin. The public is hereby cautioned that neither this investment scheme nor the promoters of the company have obtained the approval of Bank of Ghana to operate in the banking and payment services sector. Further, to previous notices issued by Bank of Ghana on such schemes, in particular notice number BG/GOV/SEC/2018/02, Bank of Ghana underscores the fact that such schemes are not regulated under the law of Ghana. The general public is advised to exercise caution with regards to trading in cryptocurrencies and other unregulated investment schemes. The bank further cautions all regulated institutions, including banks, specialized deposit-taking institutions, dedicated electronic money insurers, and payment service providers to desist from facilitating cryptocurrency transactions and unlicensed investment schemes through their platforms or agent outlets. The general public is advised to take notice and be guided accordingly. That's the statement from the Bank of Ghana. Now, Stonebwoy, who is known to have been promoting the CD coin on his Instagram, and actually had a confrontation with Bridget Otu, who is a journalist, shared this and a disclaimer on his Twitter handle. It reads, "For the avoidance of doubt, I am not an ambassador of CD Coin. I am not associated with the product, nor have I been rewarded to promote it. The developing world of NFTs, Web 3.0, and Metaverse, and digital/crypto assets, and their ability to change people's financial fortunes has caught my attention in recent times, and I simply thought I was sharing a Ghanaian version I had discovered for people who are as interested as I am to join me on my learning path. My advocacy for the people to join the club was for us to learn further information on how to not be left out of the new global order, not to encourage people to invest in a financial scheme of any sort. In hindsight, I should have hastened slowly, but I blame over enthusiasm from all the interesting things I am discovering about the adoption of these disruptive technologies. May we all do as the Bank of Ghana says and exercise caution, even as we strive to do better for ourselves and our country and our communities." Thank you. That's a statement from Stonebwoy. Vida, what do you make of the statement?
Total bogus. I don't see why you sanction such a thing to come out. Because the BBC Akosuna saying you don't justify. You just come apologize and caution the followers. May I advocate for brand ambassadorial deals, because I feel say is one avenue where your artists can also cash in and get something for themselves and also put themselves in the business light. And I have a 13-point a year Mashisha to one is to encourage anyone to follow on how on bits me again be something from it, and this is part of my 13 points. And I'm always strong on that. Now, Yakachwe and to say consumers, they tend to look at you to make certain choices. Because there's no research, no more doubting. And I wouldn't go into the men's gold, but this particular one, you cannot tell us, say, now we're ambassador for Omona. I could discover something interesting. Seminar, say, it doesn't work like that. It name say, who pushes and for and signing on to whatever it is. No, the last week tweet and send up statement we were banning. Who catch and say, so bit me a kind tweet no ama.
Which of the tweets?
Dia oka say on fire at the bonim bregana for na onimnia all year no. And then you come the following week say afraid ye wono na unye advocate unye we na I could discover something. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Yes, realm. A lot of people look up to them in making choices. And yes, Ram said they should think. Now, ye catch Ram say, and your brand bias na bit me do at tono. Obi to say Black Sheriff say. Okaso onko ye ambassador for in fact say bodybuilding supplements. In fact, kwa mu akasa chok. There's no way I'll make us on it so. Building. Wow, it tells you, Ukofa PM, Diasa, some may slimming tea who adverts any I just out 10 years now, to me raking in gains. Obiani, dear, was our associating until when you know or brand any positioning now. Ube who say, oh, media make agriculture, media make business, media make telecommunication, media make product say. How many of your business managers for the artists etna say ehunu brand positioning and sana they attach their artists to some particular brands no. Now and be a Black City Coin, your business manager will Beam Nation company mana. And then retrospect now we because Okokon tokoya Samsung a chain or deal free in semno. A horn and say remind those say brands they don't sign you just for signing sake. And yes, who be interesting like you are describing in your statements now. No about beton or mouth for when you yourself no try it. Maybe your voiceovers ma brands be brave. We will be try a very senior me voice, but then say Diana dear me making sure say me GB come if you crap and me my ensure ads for a very big brand of Ghana. Me honey meninka a leader. Me jeans you even though manum be done me say GB betnas and nominee me busia for nom making sure say problem be and ban sana me me voice akwakote sa due diligence no jaya kwadro no. Na omunya business managers ewo omo record labels ne so no omo for omo go through sa process no and san omo baba out mini stone boy anything that has to do with financial institutions say regular banks in poor Ghana hapa because of sabia men's goodbye will be try metri me ho free ho you are attractive to other brands who are a whole phone company also merchandise so he should know the position, the brand positioning, and then who knew then who be bata or be bomb matter. Yes, I want numbers in Tino, Obia Bassa Bessini and Cotton cocaine and now DH. And I say LGBTQ, so no, and so I did what na unco cassa find something interesting in it, and so by the bone de rule.
The tweet in our pen was I appreciate you a lot, and no name Bridget.
Yeah.
I understand there have been scam schemes and there will always be, but please kindly read about NFTs so that we don't aid to drown my hard-earned reputation. Don't you think I should know better than misleading people? That's what he
and you've misled in Crawford now was baby eat humble pie and why would the crowd sound the justification eba bebata when I feel say he shouldn't justify. And I almost I was yatina hanuma analyze it and to 4 releases bebre na mistakes bebre when you spelling mistake na brofuning ye na tenses ning ye na reasoning behind it no so nye. Enti mo ni lawyer bia or a label ne so a obehwem a share the nitty because we so because or the court akwakochiwa akwakosamanwa there are lots of angles obetimi apiki free or be how. So make use of professionals in your team and stop disturbing us with bogus statements.
Romeo, is the statement bogus or spot on?
I am bogus, and I feel the lack of integrity all facets of our national lives. And it's not just lacking within the musician space. Because brand bia who promote biano carry your aura. Now GD one yeah, to say I say team I'm supporting no. Part of my spirit our team no. Tis maybe affect me. Tis I say oh yeah brand because I'm for and as a promoter you embody the brand. Instead of when brand mujidi. Now we say you are not promoting something fake. Say ne insio bi na meko akonom na say me promote na ochina insio nkrofo be 1000 efam hu ese ehwere omo nkwa. E wo say me followers enya me mujidie e no mkonom insio na bibi sa ato ma wo say nka ye timi because they got convinced because of me. Share I'm actually the money friends and Daddy Lumbamu, they are big brands so. But any bibia can only do side a shame. So when I talk about integrity, lack of integrity within all facets of our national, especially the musician space, Nigerian artists or Muslim background, on your deal worth millions of naira, but now alcoholic because of Muslim Islamic background into or decline here. I have saying they consider religious inclination, I say a level of belief, and sanoma endorse deal be. Ebia me asem kan ebia na me a Christian as a musician. Ne bia me believe it me say me ntimi nya sound advert. But the Jesus cannot hire sound advert because ohiasi cannot. This is a space where people think of money than the act, the whatever goes on. They don't even think of their followers. They think of the wealth they are amassing. No, we are waiting. Me, I be didn't provide them say 2 CD credits in some phone. But the same people are the numbers you are using to bait people to have a belief. Say, who are numbers into say, we are brand ambassador. You can sell their product. So this is an angular. Just say they buy the heck. You should get professionals. You can't do everything on your own. Set up teams. Share. So when you obi, crana or obi or monitor or social media. See be out here. Need the say. Ustombo and Ankasa Cran says, oh, crowd, bassa, oh, chrobi. Before I bet chrobi, no, oh, publicist, Okita be unse Nadia, oh, yes, and why, Charlie, Yanya, Yanjai. If it has to do with a marketing propaganda, Abian fan say, just a stunt to push an agenda, I don't see a difference. And no bit my near Casa one, no, but no, I saw Utiminia. That defensive aspect a back critical and make my defender who say see na namu and yes in Amboka. It should also be present. Typhoon says Stoneboy, this bogus, it's unconvincing and it's sort of infantile to even be sound defensive earlier and come to eat a humble pie. And there was we write up and I saw a full press conference near Tin and no apologizing to someone like a friend is Brigitte Otu. And then the general populace, and maybe I don't know, sir, if what some of us did last week, it make it impact her, because it really sent some kind of chills and a sense to wherever Cortes he finds himself. So we are you are not a fountain of knowledge. And you don't assume say what you know others don't know. Say Uncle read about NFT. Do you think people didn't know? Do you think you are the only one who knows? No, but the issue still has to do with say why you be that and na anko yi and na bon crofo form. Ntinka wo anka wo di crofo ko form dey kan fi asem kran say okay bi. Cause unum crown je betima trauma eku. You get it. Yeah. So I feel say well it's a good beginning. Say ohun say be ohun min kan say ohun nyansa say ohun say the oil no enye or retracting. But he should find a better means of apologizing to the public than this charade of a public apology.
I think say most times no a cover problem we ban say you were big businessmen or mutai mo cover deals niba no afraid Stoneboy oh befa car we will feel na bo ade we who deru mame. You as an artist, you have to be careful because mind you, or no big businessman, no, ni dini ni image any abontin. It is you, the artist, now who abontin. Say anything that has to do with your image or brand, no, and for ferry ain't do any more conquer yet. And nothing I was so far or professional by handle was I meeting no crowd could be. What if you're any pandin any makwa no one making sure say a bed boa brand and sana. Now could nipan one out a car and not chill fee. I feel what to one is difficult because I can commit to and we are telling them say a dear biara image better hono. You need to be careful and for ferry in DNA and can say whether a big man na man jenny offer we are or chinebi or send another business deal by me Lucy out.
Romeo so on patcho. Romeo say Stoneboy and
I think say osa be before fra or be true for too much. Because who nipa back waka we chronicle won semna ebi and I'm trying pa we read over empunio na kasa o kan yo at a good one hwe no ho kan bibi kra committee ne ho enti yentia no we hu say we din kwala asem no ntina ne baby
okay ya pon final words na enko
me say me two creative artists, those within the creative arts setup, and I said to me, say, you were a big space, say, you handle the year. We don't need government to do so much for us, especially creative art goes in tandem with tourism, but say, it may a year will create a lot of avenues for the younger generation, some BBI there. And let's also put some value on us. Say, when you say a creative artist, so politics are politics. Within the space, create a respectable brand of value for yourself because a politician must cannot look watching and be bound to make. What did I make say? So people should start learning because you use a bimu, a do a be, a bimunya de omo pay do a bimunya bium nafi at all matching. But so who the value at home so even before a politician knew Babe Casano Crano or dream value or the better also. But you be oh yeah, I need the man who I did the baby crowd cry fry and froby. So let's be resolute. Na ye firm, na ye pushy like industry agenda. I don't the day no about be general interest am I nyina because politicians want the interest to. Onya we are own you so. E be an say 2020 agency the pushes are act we and ye here and be omunti ya to atwene. Right final. Okay,
Abrantipa near me catch young girls some more out there and say a confident woman enye nia wa run ho or nama bonting. A confident woman say obi a wa kwa skill be now putting it to use no boy afofro. And so be about phone so our running ho na net be sure na no for be good so no catch up say and na chese we confident. Yes sir. Memo bia and subscribe to if you have kind of confidence no Ghana hanom say. And when the pressure about man so as I say obi a person looking slim say na be obetimi awura to so na ye twetwe fat na ye say na e de how embrem man no. Say de wutie bia no me say ma wadwene ni nya adwuma. Wadwene adwuma it would take you places you never imagined. Me see here me de ma dream be ye adwuma. Because me run me who I mean to me fan nam said their girl waiting the number or the oil, and I can't even do that. Now, Stone Boy statements and washa logo beyond us so. And you know any letterhead so. It's as some person me smart. Say accounts need change anything though. No, I'm just saying accounts need obi to me hack it. Ebia nyawu na the tool so be na the tool so. I don't know the motive behind sa skirmishes now. Because we have been on a Benetton. Yes. Yes. So we live to see. Okay. But I'm really focused on the confidence of a Ghanaian woman. Acquire a skill, you treat who ye by so yeah. Nafa put it to work. Okay. And that engine the next venue I'll be quiet just to be naked. Finally, okay. Finally, Bill. And finally, 10 seconds. Yeah, moral corrections are your weddings and crying for entire and banabisha. Sir, indecent exposure. I won't say a bride in the crana be behind ego. I want into your two for and shas if you are sorry. Patrol or send your genitals into your own into a holiday man be sharma. But yeah, campaign next week, or wife, or here. I'll send the wife Marcola from you go say no. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. I'm sure you have enjoyed yourself. I've been on the show with McDonald Nane Asari, aka Romeo. He's an actor. He's an event manager. He's with Miss Ghana. He's Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Vada Bichuma Buatin is a columnist. The rest of the things she has hidden them. Thank you to Kwame Adom, to Bernard Labi, Sandra, and then Sami for the production works, not forgetting Everett. We hear some other time with yet another riveting edition of Bloggers Forum. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Hello people, Thank you for joining us for another edition of People and Places here on your favorite channel, GhanaWeb TV. So today we are going to do a test of our creativity. Now beside me is a board with a mix of items. We have the Lion King, we have some wrappers, we have bottle tops, we have a little elf with its outstretched arms. We have dogs, we have other beautiful items. Now can you guess what this is? Okay, so let's take a step back and get a better view of the entire work. I bet you get what it is now. This is a picture of a woman carrying a pan full of fruits, oranges and other things. And this is work done by a young genius right here in Kwewu in Praeso. He is doing a fabulous and fantastic job, which is taking him places, and we would love to hear his story. So why don't you join me right after this break when we get to meet our guests and get to the conversation. Welcome aboard. My name is Wanda Mihagan. See you after the break. Welcome back from that short break. Thank you for staying with us. My guest today is a very fascinating person, and what he does is very fascinating as well. We are speaking to Isilfi Banton. Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good.
Banton,
Yeah.
you're Fanti, right?
Yeah.
Do you speak Fanti?
I speak Fanti. Precisely the Futu from Winneba.
I see. So let me see if I remember anything Fanti. It's in Fanta.
No.
That's a simple one.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, do you know how amazing what you do is?
Yes. Because I keep watching them. Yeah.
Have you always wanted to do this?
Yes. This has been my dream.
For as long as you were a kid?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me a little about yourself.
Okay. Francis Sophia Sarabanten from Winneba, and then I went to New Durban Secondary School in Koforidua, completed 2006, and then went to Kibi Training College 2010, and then went to University of Education for my first degree, Bachelor of Arts, and then currently I'm doing my MPhil, Master Philosophy of Arts.
School pound. I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So what do you call what you do?
Trash for Art.
Trash for Art.
Yeah.
What inspired the name?
Okay, converting trash into art. Yeah, so I collect trash and then I give you art.
And you say this is something you've always wanted to do?
I've wanted to be an artist.
Okay.
Yes, and as an artist, one unique characteristics of an artist is that you have to be creative, and creativity is bringing something new into existence. Yeah, so far as you want to be an artist, what type of art do you want to be? Yeah.
But at what point did you discover what kind of art you want to do?
Late 2000, yes, late 2000. 2021, I got myself more into it, and 2022, I'm continuing my journey.
That's not too far off.
Yes.
I mean, like just about 2 years ago. But I see that you've done a lot of amazing stuff.
Yes.
And it's just within 2 years.
Within 2 years, yeah.
Wow.
So give me like 10 years and you're going to see great things.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine. Did you do art in school?
Secondary school, I didn't do art. I did general arts in secondary school, like my electives were government, CRS, economics, and tree. Yes, so
very far away from what
very far away from what I was doing, because you see, my parents didn't understand the art very well. They thought that art is just drawing, the weird side art is where you see people drawing alongside the road, and then so that is all that they knew art to be. And so they didn't really like agree for me to study visual art. Say, I want you to be a lawyer, I want you to be a doctor. And so on my way, I'm becoming a doctor for them because I will definitely be a doctor, but in art. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So how were you able to maneuver through the whole support thing? I mean, you say your parents were not really for the arts at the time.
After training college, I decided to go to university to study art, and that was the toughest time in life for me, because I was in a class with a whole lot of artists, and then we didn't do art. So my first semester at the university was just like a hell. Yes, every lecturer will come and then they pre-assume that you've done art before. So it was a hell for me. And then I managed my way out. So second semester, level 200, yes, I saw myself with the people who have done art from SHS. And then level 300, I made my way out. So I decided not to end it there, to still further it to my master's level.
Why did you decide on trash art?
Yes, this is one of the problems that we have in Ghana, like trash. We see them around. And then they are the same colors that we use to paint. So I tried. I have really suffered long time deciding on how to use the trash. So sometimes I gather them and I keep them in my room.
So you like have a room full of trash?
Yes, I have.
And where do you pick them from?
From the environment. I go around, I take my sack, I go around, and then if I don't have time to be exercising and walking, I think when I have the sack, I bend, I pick them. It's some kind of exercise that I'm doing. So I go around and I pick them.
What's the reaction like? Do people look at you weird?
You see, when it started, it was like, the guy will say, on child there won't pass. Like, what is happening to this guy? Like, you see, and I have Rasta too. Rasta goes with madness and then collecting trash too. So it was like, I was there when a guy called me, Simon, say, Charlie, also, is everything cool? I said, yes. He went to a friend and then asked, Charlie, oh, Brian, I said, you know. Like, I didn't know. A friend, there was a friend also where I was walking in town, and then someone just finished drinking a bottle of water. He threw it on the road, and then I went to pick it. And then the guy was asking, now they in how? So I asked it, no, two are there any training or no, so they in a hand. You see, but this is our reaction. The fact is that we always want to talk about problems, but we don't want to solve them.
So this is your way of solving a societal problem of waste.
Yes. Kwame Nkrumah said something. He said the gown must go to town. Those people who are in the house, who have not gone through university or any other form of tertiary, don't have the gown. That's we have. And then if we have the gown, who are we expecting to do? We must go to town to teach them. So if you are a graduate and then you are not picking the trash, who do you expect to pick? If a graduate and then someone sees you picking the trash, the person will even say, no, obi ukra degree ukra na ono who ade a enye no afa de any mama so menfe. So I'm not really down because of this, but the fact is that I like what I'm doing, and since it's arts, I go every mile to do what I want to do.
You teach also, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about that a little.
Okay, I'm trying my best to bring out students who are very talented. You see, we have the visual art class is full of people who sometimes they will consider us not good intellectually, as we can say. You write BEC and then they check your results and it's like, if your grade is bigger than your age, you have to go and do visual art. But those people who are very talented, I identify them and then
But is that what it is? I mean, you say it's a perception, but what is the real thing on the ground?
You see, we have three types of people, individuals. We have the talented people, we have the gifted people, and we have the genius. Talented people are people who are just having things that they do, whether they go through school or not. The gifted people are people you teach them, they are able to really recall things. And then the genius people are people who combine the talented and the gifted. When you teach them, they recall, and then when you give them things to, they can do. So visual art is an angle where we would want to get the genius and then the talented people. But the fact of the matter is that people have not come to understand what art is. Do you get it? Yes. There's just a slight difference between art and science, where science is the study of nature and art is bringing something new to existence. So I've really gone through to study some of the plastics which falls under science, the polyethanes, polypropanes, polypropylenes. I've studied them, their lifespan, how they react to sand, heat, and all other stuff. These are all science. And so that is not how it's supposed to be. But this is the general perception that Ghanaians are giving art.
Well, at least we know that you are changing that perception through what you do. So that's a good thing. How long have you been teaching for?
From training college 2010.
Okay, so you've been teaching longer than you've been into art?
Yes.
Even though you wanted to be an artist?
Yes.
Okay, and before you started the trash art, what kind of art were you doing? Did you
doing painting and then paper collage?
Okay.
Yeah, painting works and paper collage works.
Okay, so now my question is, what's that one thing that made you decide to do trash art?
The uniqueness, originality, creativity.
How did that idea even come into your head?
Several times I have tried so much to become one of the creative people in Ghana, like Ibrahim Mahama, like Raphael Zachary, who are all doing like teasers, who are doing other aspects of art. So I've also gone through and then be studying and then be reading, trying to understand what I can also do to become an artist. So several discussions and several learnings have just been done, and then I realized that trash is something that we find around. And if I can convert these things into art, not like the installations Ibrahim Mahama is doing, not like the flats collage works that Raphael Zachary is doing, but to really make it interesting in such a way that I will involve the viewer in my work. The viewer will come close, go back, come close, go back, and make the work interactive. So as I was doing in Chroma work, that was what I was. Initially, it was turning flat, and I have to still think through.
Your first work was?
The Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay.
Yes, it was turning flat. I said, no, this is not what I want. No, this is not interesting. So I tried as much as possible to make it an optical illusion where the things will be projecting when you are close to it, but it will be flat when you are very far away from it.
And why did you decide on Nkrumah for your first work?
Nkrumah is one of the people I have loved so much. Yes, I've loved so much. And then reading some of the things that he did for Ghana, I always, I've always wished to do something creative for him, but I was not getting it. So I started doing some paintings. I said, no, these paintings are not so creative. Let me do something creative. So that is why I decided to use Nkrumah for my first work. Yeah.
And how is it going so far? I mean, your journey for 2 years, you've been turning trash into art.
Yeah.
How has the journey been like?
Fantastic. The reception is quite good because it came from Accra. Yes, so it means that people like what I'm doing. Yeah, so getting GhanaWeb from Accra all way from Accra to Impraiso to look for me, that means people are liking what I'm doing. So, I mean, the journey is fantastic. This is what I have always wanted myself to be.
You have a gallery. Which kind of people come here?
A lot of people come here, yeah. A lot of people from all walks of life come and then have a feel of art. Spend time, because you can't just watch this work for just 10 minutes. People even go and come, always like 3 times they will come. Say, no, I don't understand this. How did you do this? I think I saw this. There was a woman who came here like 4 times. When I was having the exhibition during the Easter, I came like 4 times. Every day will
4
come.
times?
Yeah, 4
Why?
times. Why?
She's just too fascinated.
She said anytime you come, you see the new thing.
I see.
Yeah.
So let's say, how many works have you done so far?
How many works are here? I think I have about 5 works which are not outdone now.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
But have you sold any of them?
I've not sold any, but I have given one to Raphael Zakari, who is one of the international artists in Ghana, and then he has it. He's really talking through galleries and museums. So he has my work now. Yes, and he gave me something very nice.
You want to share what that was?
It's monetary, but it's between artists.
Okay, I get that. You have you have the works of some known personalities here. Do you intend giving it to them?
Yes, I wish.
Or meeting them?
Yeah, I wish. Like, I talked to Riala about her work, and she was in London by then. And I've also not gotten time again to speak to her, but I would want to, because she's one of the people I admire so much, looking at her Afrocentric nature and that kind of Pan-Africanism in her. I love her so much.
So what you're saying is you haven't started selling your artwork yet. Why?
The more you keep artworks, the more they become expensive. They are assets.
Okay.
Yeah, they are assets.
So for how long do you intend keeping them before you actually start making sales?
For how long my management will decide. Now we can sell them. But
estimated time.
Management.
Because maybe one of the people who have come for your exhibitions are hoping to see the day you open your gallery for sale.
Yeah.
So maybe you can give us a hint.
If for galleries, I'm ready to give it to them, and museums. Yeah, but for individuals, because I would want people to be coming to see the work and then change their perception about what they call trash.
Okay.
And so if I give you the work and you keep it in your room, I sometimes look at the number of people that visit you in a room in a day. But for gallery,
so the art is kind of going to die.
Yes.
But if it's in a gallery more people get to see.
Come and then,
okay. You must really have a wild personality to be able to think and imagine the kind of things you do.
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm working, I see myself as a different person.
How different?
I don't really know, but it's just like I get into a different mood, or
you're in a different realm altogether.
Yes, I don't see people. I don't like.
It's just you and your art.
Yes, it's just me and my art.
So you work alone?
Yes, I work alone.
Now.
Yeah, I have people who around me, taking them through different kinds of arts. But when I'm working, I work alone. Yeah.
So your personality is your hair part of the art? I'm just curious.
I've loved hair.
You what?
I have loved hair.
Okay.
So much.
So that's why you just want to keep it?
Yeah, I just want to keep it. And sometimes when I'm alone, that is my holy companion. I play with it. I hold it like this. It's like I get some kind of feeling.
I see. Yeah. Does it inspire your works in any way?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Your hair inspires your work?
Yes.
How?
Yes. You see, aesthetics will have to run through some 3 basic principles. Formalisms, like the colors that we are using, imitationalisms, and then emotions, like how we imitate nature. Yeah. I feel happy when I see like my natural hair growing like this. Yes, I've not done anything to it. Yes, I just decided not to comb it. Yes, and then that's all.
I see.
So I keep measuring my progress with it. You see, I started when I started my work. So you look at the length and then you look at how far you've gone.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Ghana has 41 tourism destinations, including waterfalls, forests and game reserves, mountains, forts and castles, among others. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
What is the ultimate aim of what you do? What do you intend to achieve through your works?
How people have always downplayed or have different perception of art. One, I would want to change that. That's not kind of narrative. I would want people to also think the other way, that I'm doing this is art. Is that also another way that I can also try and then involve myself in the art in a different way? That is creativity. And then the other aspect of it, which is the entertainment, where people feel so happy when they see this kind of art. Yeah.
So I would want us to take a look at some of the things you have here.
Okay.
So can we start with Akufo-Addo's painting? I just wanted our viewers to see some of the materials you
that
used.
I used.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we have in here? I see I see Milo sachets.
Yes.
I see a calculator.
Yes.
I see
Mementos.
a watch. Okay, and then there's a Gino wrapper in there somewhere.
Cover, brushes.
So it's like a mixture of
a whole lot of trash.
Does each work determine what kind of thing you use? Maybe you say because it's Akufo-Addo you want to use a watch, or it's just anything that comes to mind?
No, it's not just anything. You see, you have so many watches in it, and then if you look at the spectacle, you see, it's twice, right? And so it really tells you something. The first term and then the second term, what are we going to see? The first term and then the second term, the projection of life. You see, definitely was going to. I did this work, I think, on his birthday, and then definitely I knew he would be going for a second term, but.
Oh, you knew?
Yes, I knew we were going for a second term.
How? You have the gift of prophecy too.
No, but I see artists visionary.
I see.
So
you can tell me what my tomorrow will be?
I can't tell you what your tomorrow will be, but I know you have a bright future.
Amen to that. Okay, so you were telling us.
Yes, so that was the main focus of this work, to project the vision of Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
And then I was really also looking into how the second term was going to be. Because they always tell us that first terms people work good for us, and then second term it becomes a bomb for us. So I didn't really know how the second term was going, but yeah. And there's one thing that I really loved about him when he became the president, like something that was just beyond my imagination, like making every person here in Ghana go to school free. So I was really looking into the future of that. Yes, the future is that. That's why I projected a spectacle too. So there's one at the back and then there's one in front. So how the future is going to be for us. Okay.
I'm interested in your very first artwork. So let's take a look at that also.
Yeah.
Ghana's first president.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Right. So what do we have in this one? There's some part of a Coke can.
Yes, biscuit wrappers, and then there is watches.
There's a yam phone in there. Okay.
Yes. This is my first work, and then I was really trying to put the things together to see what I can achieve with them. Okay, so personally, I didn't have any concepts about this, but what I wanted to do is to do something creative for Kwame Nkrumah. So I fixed the mobile phone, I fixed the pen drive at the mouth area, and then I went back to see what is it working for me. But initially, you see, this is not the first actual work that I did. The first work, I was having some kind of interesting object in, but I was exhibiting it at Wahinana, just in front of Wahinana. And you see, the work is child friendly.
Okay.
Yeah, so they took a lot of things away. So then I have to come and then reorganize it. So if you look at the first picture that I posted, it's quite different from
what
one.
we have
So I have
now.
to come back.
So you actually replaced some of the things.
Yes, I have to really come and work.
But it's the same concept.
Yes, the same concept.
Okay. And how long did this take you to do?
Like 2 to 3 weeks, day and night.
Wow.
Yeah. In fact, when I was working, see, this is my only work that I have. I have paper in, like this one.
Okay.
This one is paper. Yes, so that means that I was still trying to come out with
figure it out.
my style.
Okay.
Yes, so I have paper in here. Yes, but the rest I don't have any paper in them.
Okay.
So it was really turning flat. So if you realize this side is a little bit flat than this side. So it was really turning flat, and I was not getting the kind of optical illusion that I wanted to. So I have to really remove all the side again and then start building them up with the computer mounts, the mobile phone chargers, the watches, and then the rest. So I figured it out here, and then I really transferred to all the other works that I did.
The late former president. What inspired this work?
Okay, this work, I did it, I think, few days after
his passing.
He passed, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be smiling in his grave.
Oh yeah, so this one was even a rush. So we were just sitting on a round table, taking some wine with my friends, where they have really seen this kind of work out. And he was like, can you do something for Rollins? I said, wow, Charlie.
That was a task.
Yes, he said, wow. So immediately I got out from the place. I didn't even finish taking my wine. So I got out, and then that is how I am. When you go to places, I don't tell people I'm leaving. You just see it. Then
you're gone. You disappear.
Yeah, I disappear. So if you tell them you are leaving, it's like, oh, stay.
They try to coax you and all.
So immediately they gave me that idea. I went straight to my studio.
Okay.
Yes,
And then you
I went
started.
straight to my studio. Yeah, I was like, I got a plywood, and it's like, wow. And I started going through some of the pictures of, I wanted the one with quite not long from the time that he passed.
Okay.
So I mean, I wanted to depict his old age. So that's why you see this kind of
the white
ears around here.
So that's supposed to portray or depict his grey hair.
Yes,
Okay.
the grey hair.
Okay.
So
I remember he had an afro at one point.
Yes. So I started putting things together, and then the side that really interests me is where you can see the blues, at least the shirts.
Yeah.
See, when you're very far, you see it as a real shirt that's very flat, or you come close and then you see so many
the
things.
various
Yes, like the spectacles, like
that's
the
what
knife.
caught my eye.
Yeah.
The shades, because you know the former president didn't play with his shades.
Yes.
And you have
A
that
shade
element
inside.
in there.
Yeah. So
That's
I wanted to depict that. So yeah.
And
He's
you
having a
did
shade
that.
although, but I've given him another
An
shade
extra
because,
one. Sure. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Rawlings, the late former president, is smiling in his grave. But there's more. There's a lot more to discover from Esufi, the trashed artist.
Next week on People and Places, Esufi Banton takes us through the work he does, from the picking of trash to the entire process of producing quality art. He also opens up about all his other hidden sides. Join us as we discover more.
Hello there and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. My name is Ismail Akwe, the Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of GhanaWeb, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, The Future is Now. This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestech on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden event at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year, what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
Started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022 it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Reporter is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Campbell told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity? And we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father,
Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be
us.
longer on the stage than I. Thank you. Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
Because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai.
Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noim Mensah.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude. These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries where I'm teaching. And I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on 2 occasions. 1, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of their award scheme, and me getting the best influential or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys,
right?
Because my name has always been confused
with the business one, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think yeah, for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
Right.
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come. And also maybe, somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efansa efitre oman. Osandem, ukuma fun ochedi anko to trouble is in our coupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
Oyo, you know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the Youth Edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agro-business.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say IT is the ish.
Like, it is.
I mean, that's where it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars, amazing guys that I think will fit in here. Not the days, they are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Eid-Ul-Adha. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, yeah. We are doing great.
It's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. Eche, we have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy, men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know. At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh yes. Oh,
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see.
Like
exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita, I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves. No. They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take note that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that their future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth I think would be in or may be in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital art, design, sculptures, etc. So if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of indigenous are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. Yeah. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I
they want
think
to start up
we
and
can also
relocate.
give some kudos to the government for the year of return.
Exactly.
Which has brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
and
we're
more
crying
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Pinky on wheels?
You know,
Pinky having wheels.
even Gobe
Gobe
has posts right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now, for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category, where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar, or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details, in essence, phone number and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, click no and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify. And all
of
us
we
do. Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance?
Yeah, I like
that. I can put my money on it that you will not win anything.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay. So, money,
you know, the future is now, and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now, and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CJ TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb.
And I am Na Oyokwote, host of Vistec on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, the future is now.
Because it is government's deliberate policy. The government has messed us up big time and they should take responsibility for it. this is indeed self-inflicted, and the people that took us through this mess must immediately take responsibility, as the leader said. I also want to say that we in the minority will never and can never accept the blame. A blame that suggests that we deliberately rejected government policy. We rejected government policy for the people of Ghana because our constituents do not believe in that policy. We told them that they should come to the table for us to design a bipartisan policy to replace it. They never listened to us. So I can only say that I saw this coming. Most of us saw this coming. If you're a driver and you...
When a minister says we will never deal with the IMF and he's dragged unwillingly before the court of public opinion to go negotiate with IMF, we will be negotiating from a serious position of weakness. And this country will not get the best out of that negotiation. And it is in this direction, or it is in the light of this, that I call on the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta as a matter of national duty. And in order to save the little Anna left, that he does the writing and tender in his resignation. He can still act as an advisor to the government in the negotiations, but not as the minister responsible for finance. We have gotten to a level in our political development that ministers must begin to take responsibility. A minister who categorically states that we will never go to IMF cannot be dragged unwillingly to IMF to lead our negotiations. If we love our country, we need somebody who will believe in what he or she will be doing to lead the negotiations. If Ken Ofori-Atta does not resign, I believe the Parliament of Ghana must keep faith with the people of Ghana. And the people of Ghana deserve better than this. Parliament has the power to ask him to go. Parliament has the power, and Parliament must act. I am very passionate about this because Ken Ofori-Atta must resign to give the president a free hand to choose somebody to lead these delicate negotiations.
The finance minister on the blind side of Parliament has instructed, not once, not twice. We have put out 3 series of withdrawals from the consolidated fund without parliamentary approval. And you know that the 1992 Constitution is very clear. If you do not have an approval, you cannot dip your hands in the consolidated fund and withdraw public funds. Now, the latest in this unending saga of a national cathedral which is drowning in a sea of deception, of illegalities, of unconstitutionalities, of corruption, and blatant opacity is that on the 4th of July, on Monday, we activated an RTI request writing to the Public Procurement Authority to ask them to provide information, as is our right under Section 18 of Act 989. We asked the Public Procurement Authority to provide us with the following information. 1, if the Public Procurement Authority has granted any procurement entity approval for the construction of the National Cathedral by Ribade Company Limited. Ribade Company Limited is the company that is constructing the National Cathedral. Even though since the 14th of March this year, work has stalled, but they have the contract and they are the contractors. 2, the procurement entity which requested the approval. 3, the date of the approval request. 4, precisely when the board of the BPA granted the said approval, if any such approval exists. 5, the procurement method used. And 6, the value of the contract. Ladies and gentlemen, to our utter shock, we received this response from the BPA, signed by its Chief Executive, Mr. Frank Mante, on the 5th of July 2022. It's a very terse response, and so I'll read it verbatim. Re-application to access information on procurement approval relating to the construction of the National Cathedral by Ribade Company Limited. Reference is made to your letter dated 4th July 2022 on the subject above. Please be informed that the Public Procurement Authority holds no information relating to the construction of the National Cathedral by Ribade Company Limited. You may wish to refer your enquiry to the National Cathedral Secretariat. Yours faithfully, Frank Mante, the Chief Executive, and he signs. This is another layer in this scandal. The Public Procurement Authority, in response to our ITR request, is stating unambiguously and very clearly that they have absolutely no record whatsoever on the construction of the National Cathedral.
Billion of us. So it is very important that to start the week-long celebration in commemorating the World Population Day on July 11, it's important we start very well. And to have this conversation, we have some dignitaries with us, led by the Executive Director of the National Population Council, Dr. Letitia Adelaide-Appiah, to lead us through this conversation about population. And I'm excited to be your moderator this morning. But before I invite Dr. Appiah for her presentation, we have some dignitaries with us this morning that I would like to acknowledge. With us are representatives from the Regional Institute of Population Studies. Please, if you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have representatives from PPAG. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We have directors from the National Population Council. We also have the UNFPA country representative, Mr. Barnabas Issa, with us this morning. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we have the Executive Director, National Population Council, Dr. Letitia Adelaide Appiah. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them for joining us. So without wasting my time, I would like to invite Dr. Appiah for her presentation. We'll also take some solidarity messages and then come to you for your questions.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Information, Madam Fatimatu Abubakar, UNFPA Country Representative, Mr. Barnabas Issa, representatives from the UN system, CSOs, the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to be invited to deliver this statement as part of the 2022 World Population Day celebrations, organized by the National Population Council and its partners. Globally, 11 July was set aside for the celebration of annual World Population Day in 1989 by the Governing Council of the United Nations in all countries. The celebration calls for the critical analysis of relevant population and its related issues that supports or hinders accelerated socioeconomic development for national attention and action. The global theme for this year's celebration is a world of 8 billion towards a resilient future for all, harnessing opportunities and ensuring rights and choices. And our national theme is prioritizing rights and choices, harnessing opportunities, the road to a resilient future for all. My presentation will be brief on selected contributors to population growth globally, and mainly on Africa and Ghana's contribution. For Africa and Ghana, my statement will highlight the need to prioritize rights and choices in addressing unmet need for family planning, child marriage, and teenage pregnancy, in line with our national theme, and then with some recommendations afterwards. Globally, the United Nations World Population Prospects recorded 139,821,086 births and 60,119,439 deaths in 2021. Europe welcomed about 4 million births and recorded 5 million deaths, whilst Africa had 49,304,104 births and 13,378,519 deaths. Nigeria, our big brother, welcomed over 8 million births and buried over 2 million. This is according to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs Population Division. All this in 2021. In Ghana, our births stood at over 1 million and deaths about 280,000. The difference between births and death is the net increase. Europe's population decreased by over 1 million people, and Africa's increased over 35 million in 2021 alone, with Ghana contributing over 700,000. 35 million means that Africa added Ghana's population and the population of either Singapore or Norway, which one you prefer, to it every year to the population. And Ghana contributed 700,000 to the over 35 million. The world is hitting 8 billion people. Whilst Europe is contributing to slowing down the population growth down to unsustainable levels, Africa is contributing to its accelerated growth also in an unsustainable fashion. Below replacement level fertility, that is 2.1 in Europe, ultimately translates into population with fewer young skilled workforce and a larger population of older people, which poses a threat for economic growth and the maintenance of social welfare systems such as pensions and healthcare. In order for European countries to address its negative population growth rate, many countries in the European Union have instituted some social policies promoting fertility, increased age of retirement, and organized migration of skilled workforce. Additionally, they have invented automation and other technologies such as autopilot cars, computerized scans, and algorithms that respond to customer service inquiries, substitute for some activities humans were previously performing to increase productivity and improve lives. On the other hand, fertility rates above replacement level in Africa and Ghana drive fast population growth on the continent and in Ghana, thus contributing to a large proportion of young people and fewer skilled workforce, posing challenges with provision of quality health care, relevant education, employment, as well as sustainable economic growth. Deputy Minister, with high unemployment and the majority of people in the informal sector, automation and the use of current technologies could worsen the unemployment situation in Ghana and in Africa. A report by McKinsey Global Institute in 2017 revealed that about half the activities people are paid to perform globally could theoretically be automated by 2030 using current technologies. So, Africa and Ghana's high population growth rate are in part supported by high rates of teenage pregnancy, high levels of child marriage, and high unmet need for family planning, with its associated high social, environmental, and economic costs. For Africa, and that matter Ghana, to reduce its population growth rate to sustainable levels, it is important and critical for leaders to recognize the established fact that reproductive health policy is a vital economic policy. And so respecting reproductive health rights and choices of all, especially girls and women, should be of high priority. Prioritizing rights and choices mean providing all with adequate sexual reproductive health information and services to facilitate informed decision-making in their fertility choices efficiently for their own good, as well as the well-being of others. This will not only slow Africa's and Ghana's population growth rate down significantly, it is fundamental to bridging the inequality and inequity gaps in health, education, employment within genders and between genders, a necessary condition for sustainable development. One of the consequences of lack of prioritization of reproductive rights and choices is high unmet need for family planning. Unmet need for family planning measures the gap between women's reproductive intentions and their contraceptive behavior. Data from the 2014 Ghana Demographic and Health Survey report, unmet need for family planning stands at 30%. Reducing unmet need for family planning will reduce the high levels of unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, maternal and neonatal morbidities and mortality, with accompanied health and financial benefits, and also a reduction in the population growth rates. Another manifestation of the lack of prioritization of reproductive rights and choices for cultural reasons is child marriage and other teen pregnancies, which support high population growth rate. Child marriage disproportionately affects young girls with far-reaching consequences that negatively impact not only the lives of the children who are married, but also the lives of those around them and the nation at large. When girls marry young, before their minds and bodies are fully developed, they become pregnant before they become adults. Pregnancy is #1 cause of mortality among girls 15 to 19 years worldwide, and child marriage and teenage pregnancy reinforces the engendered nature of poverty, whose impact extends throughout a girl's adult life into the next generation. Prioritizing sexual and reproductive rights and choices of women in Ghana and Africa by decisively tackling child marriage, teenage pregnancies, and unmet need for family planning would improve maternal and child health and well-being of all at reduced health, social, environmental, and economic costs. This will significantly reduce the unsustainable level of population growth in Africa and in Ghana. It will help produce fewer, healthier young people and increase the proportion of skilled workforce, leading to accelerated socioeconomic development. It is important that policymakers, implementers, and takers appreciate the health, social, environmental, and economic benefits of prioritizing reproductive health and services. This, in my opinion, would help bridge the inequity gap, improve the health of citizens, free up funds for relative quality education and skill acquisition, and make it easier to build a resilient future for all. Child marriage, teenage pregnancies, unmet need for family planning puts strain on family and national income, whilst increasing family and national expenditure, mainly on consumption, to the disadvantage of production. Ignoring these seemingly harmless small issues is akin to the little foxes that spoil the vine in the Bible. Songs of Solomon 2, verse 15. Catch for us the foxes, the little foxes that ruin the vineyard, a vineyard that are in bloom. In conclusion, as the world hits 8 billion, for Africa and Ghana to reduce its population growth rate to sustainable levels for national development and create the Africa we want and the Ghana beyond aid, I suggest a concerted effort at reducing or eliminating child marriage, teenage pregnancy, and unmet need for family planning. This should attract attention and commitment from all stakeholders, especially the media, the economists, because you cannot talk about GDP without the per capita. The per capita in the GDP should also be factored into it. And so the economists, the traditional, religious, and political leadership. For sustainable socioeconomic development of Ghana and Africa, sexual and reproductive health policy should and must be seen and treated as an economic policy and a security policy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Appiah, for the insightful presentation. You will bear me out that Doc has summarized all the problems in the world in one presentation, and especially for our continent. It was just an eye-opener to know that while Europe is losing 1 million of their population annually, we are increasing by 35 million. So you can clearly see the byproducts of unsustainable population growth. So thank you so much for that presentation. And I believe our friends from the media here will assist us in putting this kind of information in the spotlight, help us have the conversation, and now go to the how. How are we going to resolve all that? As I mentioned earlier, we have the country representative of UNFPA, Mr. Barnabas Issa, with us this morning. So we'll take his solidarity message before I come to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Information, the Director General of National Population Council, the representatives from Ghana Statistical Services, the representative from RIPS, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. The Director General has just summarized what population is all about within a very short time, as the Deputy Minister indicated. UNFPA, as the United Nations Population Agency that deals with population and all that relates to it, is pleased that today we are starting the celebration of World Population Day with this press briefing. Knowledge is power. And like somebody said, if you think education is not useful, go and embrace. Okay, I won't say it. And what that means is that the more we know about our population, the better for us. In this regard, the celebration of World Population Day is to bring our attention to population issues. As was mentioned by the Director General, we are inching towards 8 billion people on the planet Earth. In fact, the United Nations and experts have indicated that by November 2022, the world population will definitely be about 8 billion. But 8 billion is not the problem. What is the problem? The problem is, what is the quality of that 8 billion? Where more than half of that 8 billion are extremely poor. About 25% of that 8 billion have not access to education. And more than 50% of that population cannot comfortably say, I will have health services. That is the problem. The problem of the quality of life, the problem of quality of the population, the problem of access to what makes quality of population. And this is where it becomes important for Ghana. What was the population of Ghana in 1957? 6 million. By 2022, what is the population of Ghana? 32.1 million. What you can provide in 1950 to 6 million will definitely multiply by 2022. So is the economy growing in such a way that there will be provision for this 32 million? And remember, 32 million is what you think is the population of Ghana. You have forgotten that people also from outside come into Ghana to help you consume. So how do you take care of the 32 million and the people that also come into Ghana? This is where investing in the population of Ghana becomes critical. Without investing in the population and taking the population into consideration in planning as the central focus, then we will be developing at a different trajectory from what the population needs. To ensure that development is directed to the population, Ghana must invest and promote systems and economies that take care of the population. The good news is that the population of Ghana is at a stage where it can begin to harness what we call demographic dividend. And what is demographic dividends? It's a situation where the number of workers, young people, the youth, is large enough to take care of the children, the elderly, and themselves. The question is, what is Ghana doing about demographic dividends? Are we taking this into consideration? Also, if Ghana is to move forward, and already I said move forward, it means Ghana has been moving, and actually in the right direction. But to do more, you need to consider the trajectory of the population itself. What is the growth rate of Ghana's population? How many years will it take for Ghana's population to double? These are questions that are central to the development of Ghana. Investment, investment, and investment in the people. In education, in health, and quality of life of Ghanaians is paramount. And therefore, in 2022 celebration of World Population Day, the question that we ask ourselves is, to what extent are we investing in the people? It's not just mere figures that are critical. Finally, Ghana is a member of the global community. Whatever happens in any part of the world today affects Ghana. And what happens in Ghana affects the region. And therefore, Ghana must learn from what is happening around the world. Example of China was given earlier, that it has a large population, but is taking care of its people. The growth rate of Chinese population is not as fast as we have in Africa. And therefore, Ghana must collaborate, learn lessons from what happens in neighboring populations and in global population. By the year 0 AD, the population of the world was just about 195 or 192 million. It takes another 2 centuries for the population to reach 1 billion. 1 billion was about 1803, 1804 by the estimate of experts. By the time we were celebrating 7 billion, we are now counting how many years in terms of decades it will take world population to double. And today, we see that it has reduced so short that world population will continue to double. In 2011, we celebrated the 7th billion population. 2022, we are celebrating the 8 billion population. how many years? Whereas the doubling was, and to reach 1 billion was being in centuries. Now we are talking of just decades. And the same thing is happening in the population of Ghana. And therefore, Ghana must learn lessons from what is happening in the global community, in the West African region, and indeed in the immediate neighboring countries. With this, UNFPA stands by Ghana on all efforts to raise the quality of life of the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Issa. We will now come to you for your questions. Please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask, as we have the executive director and also the country representative of UNFPA with us this morning. So we'll take your questions. The microphone is at the back. If I see your hand, we'll bring it to you. You mention your name, media house, and proceed to ask your question. Okay, Nana's hand is up. Okay, I can see a second hand at the back. Okay.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Pia. The analysis you gave, if you look at Europe, for instance, they made a conscious effort to restrain people from giving birth by their cultural practices and with the intent of embarking on industrial and technological development, such that people were not allowed to give birth to a certain number, and then also they wanted to make sure that they situate the society in such that whoever comes in would not suffer. That's not like what we are seeing in Africa. Our practices, cultural practices, people can marry 2, 3, 4, 5, and things like that. So all these is all come to, as it were, add on to the population. So if you say Ghana must make conscious of fine, but we still linger on with our practices, polygamy, multiple marriages here and there. So what is your take if Ghana indeed must reduce its population? But it's also true that population also makes countries tick. You mentioned China. China has a lot of people there. But when they produce and people buy, the country gets money. So if Africa says, okay, we are going to reduce our population, and we don't take care, we are also going to be the same situation that the Europeans are facing. Can't you see that in the future? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the second question.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Fred Ezuho, CTFMC TV. I want to know Dr. Apia's stance on abortion. The mere fact that in recent times, US has actually banned abortion. It is for a reason, but in our setting, certain things are abhorred. If indeed we are talking about child marriage, she actually outlined a number of factors for which we should work at to ensuring that we reduce the rate of population growth. Abortion is one critical thing that is of concern to many as well. I want to know your stand on that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Farid. Please, we'll take the third question.
I need to get up. Okay, hi. Nadima Omar, GH1 TV. You know, sorry, in our part of the world, giving birth to as many children as you can, there's some sort of prestige that is attached to it. When people get married, the first question is, when are the children coming in? And we all know the stigma people face when they do not give birth. And then when you speak to health experts as well, they also complain about how there's already some form of stigma associated with the contraceptives that they encourage people to take. And so how then do we encourage more people to opt for family planning methods that works for them? And then you juxtapose that to our cultural norms here about our notion on giving birth to as many children as you can.
Thank you, Nadima. Please, we can take 2 more questions before I invite the executive director. But if I don't see any hand, I take that to be the last question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for those very insightful, interesting questions. I will start from Nana. The cultural practices that support the population growth rate and many marriages and things. You know, I think the first thing as a country we have to decide is what do we want? That is important. The goal is important because we were in this country, our cultural practice was to shake hands. COVID came, it confronted our cultural practice because we wanted to survive and thrive, and we let that go. So it is important that we appreciate what we want. If sustainable socioeconomic development is our goal, and child marriage is in the way, then we have to find a way to confront it. Child marriage is not a bad thing. It was actually supposed to protect the child against a sexual exploitation. That was what child marriage was for. And so the parents gave the children off early in marriage so that there's protection. Now education is the protection. So how do we confront this exercise that was good then, which is not serving us now? We have to know what is serving us and what to let go. Formerly, when you married and you were very big, you had a big stomach, it means your husband was taking care of you very well. So they started dropping dead, and we saw that it was not good, and so we started exercising. So the most important thing is, what do we want? And what should we let go? We have data, we have research to now guide us what to eat, how to sleep, what to do what. And population and fertility also has a science to it. And so if we want the best, then we should let go of certain things so that we can get others. It is not necessarily the number of children, but how well you take care of them. What nations need is not ignorant and natural resources. In the 18th century, we had ignorant and natural resources, and mortality rates were very high, and life expectancy was very low. The natural resources were there, but because the people were illiterate, we started mining the natural resources with knowledge. So knowledge is really what we need. So how many people can you invest to harness your natural resource? That is the question. Mindful of the fact that time is an indispensable resource. So the time you use to give birth, you cannot use that same time to work. That is very important. Now, the second question on abortion, my concern. You know, I do not shy away from saying I'm a Catholic. And I think family planning is the way to go. Because as a woman, as I stand, no woman will want to get pregnant, want the baby and go and abort it. It is women or pregnancies that are unintended, that are not wanted, that are aborted. Let the women bear me out here. Am I speaking the right thing? Yes. So if we prevent the pregnancies that we do not want, abortions will reduce. That is why I focus on family planning. You cannot plan a nation if you do not plan the family. Because the nation is a sum total of the families. So if the families are not saving, the nation cannot save. That is not rocket science. So family planning is not just for the family, but it's actually for national development. That is why even in the US, Affordable Care Act, they provide free family planning and maternal services for all women in a capitalist society because they know the impact of unwanted and unintended pregnancies. And so, yes, abortions, but if we focus on family planning, I tell you, abortions will reduce because women are not stupid. They will not get pregnant, love the baby, and go and abort. You will only abort when there's a need that has not been met by the state. So, the culture giving birth to many children, you know, you always have to know history. History guides us. Yes, we were giving birth to many children. If I tell you the number of siblings I have, it will take away from what we are doing, so I will not. But we were giving birth to many children because mothers want children to survive and thrive. And we did not have a lot of vaccines, so mortalities were very high. And so for me to continue to have children, the wisest thing to do is to keep producing them. Now, children survive but are not thriving because of that same issue, many children. So we have to learn to change. The Bible tells us that change is the only constant. It's only God who doesn't change, but we have to change. So we have to change with the changing times, focusing on what we want. If quality of life and sustainable socioeconomic development is what we want, then we have to change. You know, Europe is solving this problem by skilled migration. That is why nobody wins the lottery illiterates. Illiterates do not win the lottery. That is the fact. So that is their population policy. In addition to encouraging the women to have more children, that's the long term and at times a bit difficult. And so they find ways. So how are we solving our problems also? So cultural norms. In the 21st century, we have to decide which cultural norms to go with and which to let go. That is a decision we have to take. And if surviving and thriving is what we want, then child marriage has no place in that. Child marriage has no place. In my statement, I made mention of automation by the year 2030, half of them. Child marriage keeps you illiterate. Child marriage keeps you disadvantaged. So why would we want to keep our children disadvantaged? Now, when you go to the airport, there's even nobody. You keep keying the things yourself. Why do we want to keep our children disadvantaged and ignorant? The issue of contraceptives encouraging. You see, we all fear what we do not know. When COVID came, we all hid in our bunkers and stayed there because we did not know COVID. We did not know how COVID would churn out. Knowledge is what takes away fear and ignorance. There's a lot of things we do not know about contraceptives, the positive side. Do you know that education also has a negative side? There are people who have gone to school and gone mad, and so we are not going to learn again. There are people who have stepped out of their homes. We have come here and hopefully go back and will never get back because they were involved in an accident, so they will not drive a car again. So the family planning has advantages. You know, what family planning does is what the farmers do also. It keeps you in such a way that you give birth at your healthiest. That is what family planning does. And farmers farm at the best season for the good yield, because their issue is not just to grow something that will not yield, but the outcome, a good yield. So a good, healthy baby is the outcome of any pregnancy. Child marriage does not give you that. We did not know then. Now the sciences we cannot run away from. As the country rep said, we have to learn and take best practices and use data to direct us, to inform whatever we do. I think I have answered all for now. Let me make a statement. You know, the data I gave about the births and deaths. So if we compare Europe and Africa and Ghana, assuming that all the births were by healthy women, assuming that all the births, both in Europe and in Africa, were by healthy women, and we had the same resources, we will still go into negative because of the numbers. I don't know how many minutes I spoke, but for every minute I spoke, there were 12 births in Europe and there were 72 births in Africa for every minute that I spoke. So you can calculate, whilst we sat here, how many. And we need time, energy, and resources for every birth. And because we are also dying very fast, we also need time, energy, and resources also to bury our dead. So we have to do the calculation and see if we want to come in fast and go quick, or we want to come in slowly and go out slowly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have any follow-up question, we'll take that. If you also have a question coming out of the responses that the Executive Director has given, we will take that as well. But if not, I will invite Dr. Appiah to give her closing remarks, and then we draw the curtain on today's press briefing.
Well, I must thank you for the opportunity given us to be in your premises for this very important assignment. Yes, it's a World Population Day, 11 July, but we are not celebrating the World Population Day on one day or in one day. We actually want the World Population Day celebration to be a year-long celebration. But you see, what you want is not what you get. And so even though we want that, we can't have that, but we hope that you will keep it going. We have other outlined programs. We have the main celebration on Friday, and in between we have media engagements and other engagements with the media. I must say that population issues is like the air we breathe. It's so common and it's everywhere, and so we do not pay attention to it. But imagine if your air is taken out for 5 minutes, we will all be dead. And that is how population is. For us to survive and thrive and be productive, we cannot ignore the population. And the health of the population is critical. Health is wealth. The economists, I will still talk about them because today they are meeting. You cannot talk about GDP without the per capita. Every year you add on as a country 700,000 people. 700,000 people. In the 4-year term of any government, multiply 700,000 by 4, and you will see the number of people we have added on. And so I thank you, and thank you.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we draw the curtain on today's press briefing. Our friends from the media, the ball is in your court. Kindly help us spread this information. This conversation deserves the spotlight, and we know with your respective platforms, we will be able to sensitize the Ghanaian population so that we keep it sustainable. That's the key word. Thank you for joining us today.
National Chief Imam, Vice President, Greater Accra Regional Minister and Member of Parliament for Ayawaso Central, Ministers, Deputy Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, government officials, members of the National Council of Muslim Chiefs, Ulama, Jama'ah, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I salute you with the greetings of Islam. Salam alaikum. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, Master of the Day of Judgment. We continue to glorify Him for His mercies on our individual lives and on our country, Ghana. Many of our compatriots have made it to the annual pilgrimage in Mecca, and we pray that the Almighty Allah brings them back home safely. National Chief Imam, our country continues to be grateful for your leadership of the Ummah. Your commitment to the unity and cohesion of our country continues to ensure that we live in unity, peace, and harmony in Ghana. Many nations continue to be bogged down by religious strife because their respective leaderships teach versions of religion that emphasize the superiority of one religion over another. In your case, you continue to emphasize our common humanity and also our oneness in being the descendants of Abraham, the prophet Ibrahim, whose sacrifice we are commemorating today. I pray that the Ummah continues to accede to your wise counsel so that we can have the peace that allows us to pursue the development and well-being of our citizens. Ulama, fellow Ghanaians, permit me to appropriate some of the lessons of Hajj to back my call for a concerted action on our part as Ghanaians, if we are to make progress in the long run. It is not for nothing that all pilgrims wear white apparel of the same style and make during the Hajj rituals. When we look at the sea of pilgrims, we are unable to distinguish the rich from the poor, the high from the low, and the powerful from the weak. Everybody assumes equality before the Lord. In the same way, we are determined to ensure that the laws of our country do not discriminate against people under any circumstances. And that's want to assure you my continuing commitment to the well-being and progress of every Ghanaian, no matter their religious belief, ethnic identity, or political persuasion. I'm guided by the Quranic stipulation in Quran chapter 5 verse 82, which says, and I quote, "And you will find the nearest in love to the believers those who say, we are Christians. That is because amongst them are priests and monks, and they are not proud," unquote. In my political journey, I've had the privilege of working with Muslims, many of whom have gone through toil and self-deprivation to ensure the realization of my goal to serve this nation as its president. I therefore feel a sense of personal indebtedness to the community that birthed these great sons and daughters of our land. Be assured that no matter the temporary economic difficulties we face, the commitments that we have made towards the development of Muslim communities shall not be compromised. National Chief Imam, Ulama, another lesson we ought to draw from Hajj is the near sacrifice of Prophet Ibrahim of his son Ishmael. My fellow Ghanaians, we are all going to have to make some sacrifices to afford us the space to navigate the troubled waters of the current economic difficulties. In the face of government, discretionary expenditures of ministries, departments, and agencies have been cut by 30%. The salaries of all political appointees, including myself, have been reduced by 30%. Fuel coupon allocations have been slashed by 50%, and other expenditures suspended. I am very much aware that some teacher unions declared a strike in pursuit of a 20% cost of living allowance demand. I'm happy that yesterday the teachers were joined by other members of organized labor under the umbrella of the Trades Union Congress to sit down with government, led by the Ministers for Employment and Labor Relations and Education, to begin negotiations on this matter. I want to add my voice to the appeal by the outstanding Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, the Honorable Ignatius B. Bafwewia, Member of Parliament for Sunyani West, for the teachers to return to the classrooms pending the outcome of these negotiations, so that the education of our children, some of whom are preparing to sit their final exams, is not affected. We are in a difficult place. The world is in a difficult place. Leaders around the world, like we're doing here in Ghana, are working assiduously to resolve the fundamental challenges that have plunged the world into the current economic condition in which it finds itself. But just as the efforts of Hagar resulted in the discovery of the Zamzam well, from which we drink to this day, I am confident that shortly we shall discover our own Zamzam. Ulama, fellow Ghanaians, my understanding is that the first 10 days of the month of Zul-Hijjah are among some of the most blessed days of the year. Today, being the 10th day of Zul-Hijjah, the day of sacrifice, is considered a very significant day in the Muslim world. Islam means peace and submission to the will of Allah. Let us on this day make peace with ourselves and our fellow human beings so that we can be in conformity with the Quranic admonition, which states that, and I quote, "And hold fast all of you together to the rope of Allah, and be not divided amongst yourselves, and remember Allah's favor on you, for you were enemies one to another. He joined your hearts together." The Quran, chapter 3, verse 103. Let us hold fast to the rope that Allah has united us with, the rope of Ghana. Only in doing so shall we achieve our aim of making Ghana great and strong. I thank you for your attention and have a great celebration. Barka da Salah. Salam alaikum.
We want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution under Article 1661 provides for the establishment of the National Media Commission to, among others, quote, promote and ensure the freedom and independence of the media for mass communication or information. Pursuant to this, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Information requested the National Media Commission to execute this mechanism. The Ministry provided set-up support to the NMC and requested other affiliate bodies to extend additional support. The NMC, using the industry of this office, has been instrumental in the training of journalists under the Media Capacity Enhancement Program. This is in line with the first objective of the mechanism. Additionally, the NMC, through the industry of the office, successfully validated and followed up for correction the report of alleged assault on CTFM journalists on the 11th of May 2021. Mr. Speaker, I must state that even though the National Media Commission has started well, their efforts have been challenged mainly because of a lack of financial and technical resources. This has affected the pace at which they handle cases that are reported to them. While we continue to encourage the NMC to stay on course on this path, we also appeal to development partners and other stakeholders to support the NMC to enhance its operations. Mr. Speaker, when the report of attacks on journalists are brought to our attention, government quickly condemns such attacks and engages the police to identify and prosecute offenders. The Ministry of Information recently condemned attacks on journalists at Eid-Ul-Adha and Benya FM and urged, through direct interactions with the police to act with dispatch against the perpetrators. Further, I have also made strong appeals to the judiciary to punish severely persons found guilty of attacking journalists. This was contained in my statement to judges during the sensitization for members of the bench and prosecutors on the Press Freedom Sensitization Workshop, which took place in Ho on the 20th of June 2022. On a regular basis, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of the Interior also updates us on the status of investigations of some of the key reported attacks in our jurisdiction, and we continue to urge them to quicken the pace of investigations where those investigations remain open. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to call on stakeholders to support the coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists to ensure that it delivers what it has been set up to achieve. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is my favorite region. Come, let's go. So meet my friends Ondiro and Vanessa. And guys, we are going hiking.
I'm paying 90 cedis.
So you pay more if you are going to go to the upper falls. So the lower falls is how much? 15 cedis. Oh.
Waterfalls is the highest waterfall in Ghana and the tallest in West Africa. It's locally called Agumacha, which means allow me to flow. It's located in the Volta region, about 4 hours drive from Accra.
40-45 minutes to the lower falls.
Okay.
And we're crossing 9 bridges on the way. And the Vlei Falls is the highest waterfalls in West Africa. And we are if we talk about the height, we are the 3rd highest waterfalls in the world. If we talk about the big or the size of it, we are the 4th biggest waterfalls in the world. We have the 1st highest waterfalls in the world. It is in Venezuela, called Angel Falls. Then we have the Victoria Waterfalls between Zimbabwe and Zambia. Then we have 3 waterfalls over here. But if we talk about the biggest one, we are the 3rd. We are the 4th. Because we have the Niagara Falls between America and Canada. Very big, very
wide, yeah.
Yeah. Then we have again we go to the Angel Waterfalls and come to the Victoria Waterfalls. So if you talk about the height, we're the 3rd. You talk about the size
width.
Then we are the 4th in the world. And the height of the lower falls is 143 meters.
Okay.
Not above the sea level because we are already at the top. You know? If you watch the Ghana map or you study Ghana map very well, it starts from here all the way from the north down to the coast. So we are already at the top. Yeah, and both waterfalls is having a swimming pool which you can swim inside. And at the lower falls we have the fruit bat, 1,000+ of them hanging on the rocks over there. A lot over there. And then when you go into the upper falls, it's hiking. And I'm going to sweat a lot like pregnant fish. I always say this. Yeah. So when you go into the upper falls, you'll be taking a lot of pictures as
we go.
Yeah, as we go.
For somebody who has been here several times, this place doesn't get boring. And it's in the rainy season, so this is the best time to even come. The whole place is green. How long have you been doing this, Wisdom? Anyway, guys, this is our tour guide. Can't you see how handsome he is? He's called Wisdom.
Yeah.
And Wisdom, how long have you been doing this?
9 years now.
9 years now.
Yeah.
Wow. And guess what? We are all in sneakers. This is my shoe. And look at him. He is wearing slippers. Why are you wearing slippers? Oh, you're used to it.
Yeah, first of all, I'm used to it.
He's comfortable with the slippers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's go. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm gonna test, like, this is where I become a Kenyan. This is where my Kenyan genes come through. I have to show the Ghanaian and the Nigerian that Kenyans are runners.
All right.
I am representing a whole country.
I like the energy. Vanessa.
I'm the Nigerian, I'm the lazy one, guys.
Okay.
I'm excited about the waterfall, but not about the hiking part.
Okay, let's go.
It's about to be exciting.
So the place has changed. This is a recreational facility here for kids, for sitting. second bridge. So we are going to use another route. There are so many routes to the upper falls. We are going to use one of these routes, and yeah, this is how it looks. This is like a small trail from here, and I really like the sound. Guys, listen closely.
It's so calming. It has a calming effect. Oh
You know,
God.
it's
really
so
excited.
calm, relaxing, and yeah.
Do you know turmeric?
Turmeric.
Yes, I know turmeric.
This is turmeric.
This is turmeric plant?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So guys, this is what...
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh turmeric.
Yeah.
I'm taking this
I'll
home.
need it.
Okay.
I'll put all of this.
Very,
We
very,
call
very.
it tear gas.
This is pepper. This is a young one.
Very, 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 very hot.
It's not young, oh, this is ripe already.
It's not ripe.
And then this one is not planted by anybody, by the
wise.
birds,
Okay.
by animals. Yeah. Very, 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 very. Hey, don't
Very
joke.
spicy.
Don't joke. Don't joke with it.
So we've really started hiking. We keep going higher and higher and higher. And yeah, the trails are so beautiful. The fact that you get to see so many vegetables, fruits, and yeah, this is a palm tree. So we have sticks to help us. Here, take one. And this is what we're going to be using.
So they give us walking stick.
It's not easy at all.
Oh my goodness.
We are now starting, and it feels as though this is the view from here. How do you feel?
Good.
She says she feels good. Let's go, guys. This is our first rest stop.
Don't follow.
And the view here is so beautiful.
Right here. Just raise it like this. Go down.
So, take this up, and yeah, there we go.
Nigeria cannot carry last. The Kenyan is the last one.
The Kenyan who's not even using a stick. The Kenyan who's not sweating. The Kenyan who's taking their videos. These ladies, okay.
Just to the top.
So we are almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. And then the rest are not difficult again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. About some 10 minutes walk are not difficult. From here, it's difficult to get to the top over there. But the rest, about 10 minutes walk is not difficult. Then from there, if you still have the capacity, then you start the rail.
Wow, this is amazing.
It's amazing.
Just look at the view behind me.
Oh my goodness, I'm seeing this for the first time.
Yeah?
Since I've just been looking forward.
This is so beautiful.
Oh my God.
Very breathtaking.
Oh.
Is this worth it? A big yes. We are almost there. So, this is the view. Because look at the distance we've been able to cover. We came from the town here and we've been walking up the mountain. And now we are here. Cheers, guys!
Hey!
Time for a water break. Cheers, guys. I needed this that much. I could drink water all day here. The view is breathtaking, and the fact that the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. I love it here. I'll encourage everyone, anytime you come to Blue Waterfalls, don't only go to the lower falls, climb up. Because, yeah, if you're a hike person, this is a must. So after an hour hike, we made it to the first upper fall, but we couldn't continue to the upper falls because we were all tired. The upper falls is going to take another extra 1 hour 30 minutes to get there, depending on how fast we are. We couldn't make it. We just had to stop here and enjoy the view. We are heading back to the lower falls, which is going to take another hour, depending on how fast we go. So guys, we are currently descending back. I really like the atmosphere here. The place is so beautiful. So if you are a really hike person, you can go to the upper falls. This is like the first upper fall. There's another upper falls where you see the shorter waterfall, and then you can swim. But we are not so much of a hiker, so this is where we ended up, and the place is so beautiful. If you can't do the upper, I encourage you to do what we did. It is stressful, but not that stressful. You can do it. I did it. You can do it. So let's go back and head back to the waterfall. I hope you're excited. I hope you're enjoying this vlog. Let me know so far if you're enjoying this video. Let's go.
I can trust you guys now.
So we are descending, and I've decided to take you guys along. The view is, I just keep saying, the view is breathtaking. The view is.
Cameras off.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. This is also a cassava plant, if you haven't seen some before. Yeah.
This is coffee.
This is coffee?
Yep.
Oh, this is how it looks like?
Yep.
Oh, is it matured enough?
Yeah, but when it's ready to plop, then it will turn to something like bread.
Bread. Oh, okay. So for all the coffee lovers, here you go.
This is coffee. Yeah.
Ah, I'm not really a coffee person, so you won't get me on that.
I hate the smell of coffee.
You heard the smell of coffee?
Yeah.
Ah. Waterfalls, and it's so beautiful. So I've changed into my bikini. You guys remember this bikini? I rocked it in Bali. So I'm here about to take some pictures and enjoy nature. Come along, let's go. And oh, mind you, the water is so cold. It's so cold. Even though this is the best time to come, it's also so cold. wasn't able to fly the drone here. It kept giving me bad signal. So yeah, this is Blue Waterfalls, and I love it here. Woo! But guys, this is not a swimmable waterfall. There are a lot of rocks here, so you might as well come here with your rock shoes. It's time to go back, and it's going to take another 30 to 40 minutes more, depending on how fast you go. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. So all too soon, we are heading back to where we started. And yeah, this is the first bridge we have just crossed. 8 more to go. Catch you on the other side. How many? Ah, that's the second one. Oh, so we have 6 more to go. Yeah. To the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I'm done. I had some mangoes. I also have here some boiled granite, and yeah, so yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comment section which part you enjoyed most. Until next time on my next video, I love you all from the Volta region. Mwah.
Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I am your host, as always, Diallo Sumbri. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really excited about the interview we have this week with a good friend of mine, Karen Johnson, who's relocated from LA to Accra. Let's find out a little bit more about Karen, and then let's dive into the interview. Let's go. So before we dive into this interview with today's guest, Karen Johnson, let's get to know a little bit about Karen. Karen.
Yeah.
This is something we do called choices.
Okay.
It's very simple.
Okay.
I give you 2 choices. You pick one, and you tell us why.
Okay.
All right?
Love it.
Okay. You ready to go?
Ready.
Here we go. LA or DC?
LA.
Why?
I'm from there, you know. If I got to choose a coast, you know.
If you got to choose a coast, let it be the West.
Yeah.
Let it be the West.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. some nice, good home-cooked macaroni and cheese or jollof rice?
Macaroni and cheese.
All day, mac and cheese.
All day.
Jollof, can't touch it?
No, I don't even like rice.
Oh, how are you surviving here without liking rice?
I don't even like rice.
All right.
Macaroni and cheese for sure.
I got you. I got another one for you. All right, next. You've been in Ghana for a little while, so banku versus fufu.
Neither.
Neither?
Neither.
You don't like banku?
No.
And you don't like fufu?
If I had to... Omotu? What is it?
Omotu?
Omotu.
Rice balls.
Yes. Can I pick that?
Omotu. You pick omotu. No banku. No fufu.
I eat all of them, but I like omotu.
No problem.
Okay.
Even though that wasn't one of the choices?
Okay.
I've never met anyone that doesn't like banku or fufu.
It's not don't like, but choice.
It's not one of your top choices.
Yeah, I eat them all.
All right, I got you. All right, how about this? Twist or Bloom Bar?
Ooh.
I know you go out to the club, so let me see.
Bloom Bar.
Bloom Bar over Twist. Why Bloom Bar?
Bloom Bar, like every time I go out, I always have a good time, and I like the open air.
Okay.
And I feel like it's just like a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe. Unlike Twist, which I love, but it's a club. So if you've been to any club,
you feel like you've been
so
there.
I'll say Bloom.
Okay. How about this? And I'm talking about neighborhoods here. Osu or Laboni?
Oh, Laboni.
You like Laboni? So why Laboni over Osu?
I'm a suburban person.
Okay.
I like to be like near the action, but not in it. So I think Laboni, you can get, but yeah.
Laboni, that's actually a perfect example.
Yeah.
A perfect example. Yeah. Okay, one more.
Okay.
Since we know you don't like rice, and we know you don't like banku, and we know you don't. Well, not that you don't like it, but it's not one of your favorites. We're gonna go to good old American sweet potato pie versus apple pie.
I'm stressed out. Because this is where
sweet potato pie
everybody's going to be like, she said what? But apple pie with cheese and ice cream. That's my favorite.
That's not weird to me. So I've heard about this cheese on apple pie thing. I mean, it's not. I'm a sweet potato pie guy, though, all day.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
We all have,
no.
no, it's okay. The point of us playing this choices game is for us to remember and recognize that every day we all make different choices. We make different choices that we don't even really think about. Yeah. It's just we make choices based on the things that we like, based on the things that we're comfortable with, based on where we're from. And our choices should never divide us. Our choices should only serve to help us get to know each other better so that we can be more unified. Choices. Okay, next up, top 5.
Okay.
Are you ready for top 5?
I'm ready.
Okay, top 5 is simple. I'm going to give you 5 categories.
All right.
And you choose.
Okay.
You give us one top of each category.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I thought I was ready.
Pressure.
Pressure.
Pressure bust pipes. Okay, number 1, favorite book of all time. Now, let me explain this top 5. If it's not your favorite, like, you just choose one for us and tell us why.
Okay. Yassi's actually Transcendent Kingdom, her latest work.
Transcendent Kingdom by Ya
Gyasi.
Gyasi. Ya Gyasi. Okay. Transcendent Kingdom. Why that book?
It gives such a multidimensional look at a Ghanaian immigrant's life living in Alabama and confronting racism, but also confronting mental health issues. And it goes back and forth in such a way that I identified with every character. And I just love, she's a Ghanaian American author.
Okay.
Her name is Ya, which my name is Ya, technically born on Thursday. Okay. So I felt like I actually went into her world and I loved it.
Nice.
So yeah.
Nice. Okay, how about this? Favorite sport?
Ooh, I'm big.
You can only choose one.
Only choose one. To play or to watch? Okay, volleyball.
Volleyball?
Yeah.
To play and to watch?
Yeah.
Nice. Did you play volleyball?
Yeah.
Okay. You played in high school?
Yeah.
College?
No.
High school.
No, I was a dancer.
Nice.
Jumper like it's hot. But no, I have like, you know, sometimes when you have like anger management issues, you just hit the ball and it's like, like I love that.
Got you.
Yeah.
Volleyball it is.
Volleyball.
All right. Favorite food? It can be a type of food
Easy.
or a specific
Done.
dish.
Mexican guacamole every day, like every
Chips
type.
and guacamole.
Every day.
Taco Tuesday?
Every day.
La Cocina?
La Cocina, La Borracha, like my house, like, yeah. And when I go back and forth, I always bring like refried beans. I always bring tortilla, like Mexican guacamole.
Guacamole.
By itself.
Just guacamole.
Just by itself.
With chips, with.
Not even with like.
Just you can just eat guacamole with a spoon.
Yeah, and I do.
Wow.
I do.
Wow. I'm gonna have to make you some of my avocado toast. I think I make like the best avocado toast in like a 5,000-mile radius or something like that.
I mean, when you're saying food, like it's hard to choose because I'm greedy, so I'll eat anything. Like,
I'm greedy too.
Yeah.
All right. So next, favorite musical artists across all genre of all time. You can only pick one.
I'm so sorry, Drake. Nina Simone.
Nina Simone. No, that's you know. So I'm a Drake fan, but Drake and Nina, I can't even. I get it.
Yeah.
Like
I think Drake would get it.
No, I think he would get it. He probably would say, "Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't pick Nina Simone over me either."
Yeah.
I get it.
Nina.
Okay. Favorite place to vacation? It could be a place that you've already been, or it could be a place that you want to go.
I would say Reykjavik. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Reykjavik, Iceland was top 2 and not 2. Like it was amazing.
Really?
Yeah, totally.
What was it about it?
You know, like it was just clean air, nice people, seeing very different environments, like seeing a geyser. I don't think I've ever seen a geyser, and being in a hot spring and these volcanoes and black sand beaches and more than 12 hours were darkness. So it was off the beaten path, and it was kind of in the time that I needed a getaway. So
you needed to be there. So
I should probably learn how to pronounce that place, but that place, that part, Iceland.
Say it again.
That
part.
Reykjavik.
That part. So that is our top 5. Why do we do top 5? What you should know is that as you begin to travel and move around the diaspora, especially if you're moving from London, America, the Caribbean, or whatever, to an African country, one good way to get to meet somebody is to find out their top 5. Again, our focus is figuring out a way to help us bring each other closer together. And I know it's kind of weird, right? You're not going to sit next to somebody waiting to board a plane and be like, hey, what's your top 5? They might be like, what? I'm not sitting next to this crazy guy. But it works. So make sure you ask someone's top 5 as you're getting to know them. Especially if you're dating or something like that. You can just play your own little dating game. But we're going to get more into that. So let's dive into the interview and learn more about our guest, Karen Johnson. And we are back with another exciting guest and another exciting episode of Diaspora Link. We've already found out a little bit about our guest. Now let's dive into the interview and help me welcome Karen Johnson. Karen.
Hi.
My sister.
My brother.
How are you?
I want a hug.
You want a hug? No problem. No problem.
My brother. Thank you.
No problem. Don't try that at home, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
We don't want anybody getting hurt.
No. No.
All right, so, Karen.
Diallo.
What brings you to Accra?
Ooh,
That's a big question,
right?
right?
It's such a big question. It's like juicy. I've been coming to Accra since 2016.
Okay.
And I came here for the first time for vacation. I was actually going to South Africa for a music festival. The flight was way too long from Los Angeles. Had to figure out where to break it up. And I was like, let me break it up in Accra. So I came here for 5 days, and I was like, what?
This is 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
2016, way before the year of return.
Right.
Which, you know, I came back for that as well. But I came for a vacation, and I came for just maybe 5 days, 6 days. And I was like, you know, I got the bug. It felt good
in
on
5
me.
days.
Yeah, in one day.
In one
the
day.
first 24
on
hours.
your first day, your first 24 hours,
First
you got
24 hours.
bit by the Ghana bug.
For sure. I went to this lounge in Osu, a rooftop lounge, and I was talking to someone, and this guy goes, "How are you liking Ghana so far?" I said, "How do you know I've never been to Ghana?" He's like, "Oh, I can see you glowing." So that's like the first 24 hours for me.
Okay.
And I kept coming back and forth, each time longer and longer.
Okay.
And then I just made the move last year.
You
I
made
was
the
like,
move.
I can't have my epicenter be in the States.
So you made the move in 2020.
Yeah, COVID.
During the pandemic. Okay,
the
so
pandemic.
all right, so this is what we're going to do. Now let's backtrack. We're going to get back. We're going to come back to you being here and what you're doing here. Now, let's tell everybody, where are you from?
Okay, from Los Angeles, California.
Okay.
Originally, born and raised, and then I went to college in Washington, D.C. So I always say I came of age in D.C.
Okay.
But those two are my anchors.
So elementary school, middle school, high school, all of that L.A.
Yep.
In L.A., like L.A. proper, within the tax-paying lines of L.A.
Yep, like if I didn't have on heels, I'd probably do the crip walk or something like that, but it's okay. I could beat my feet too, but you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you went to D.C. for school.
Yeah, I went to
And
undergrad there.
where did you go to school in D.C.?
The American University, once an eagle, always an eagle.
Ah, okay. You know, it's all. You know what I appreciate about AU? I went to UDC, right up the street, and our library was not 24 hours.
Yeah.
In my grad school, I spent a lot of time in AU libraries studying literary criticism.
Yeah. I mean, AU's campus is beautiful.
Beautiful
and,
campus.
You know, we've done a great deal of diversity, equity, and inclusion work.
Yep.
I think when I was there, and I don't want to date myself, but I was there in...
Don't worry, you ain't got to tell us.
Okay. But there were very few students of color. And those of us who were there, it was actually, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, but it was like my first time being introduced to a lot of the diversity in African culture, because where I'm from in LA, we mostly have Ethiopians. And everyone thinks I'm Ethiopian, so I got like roped into feeling like an honorary Ethiopian. But when I went to college, I was like, wow, like this is really opening my mind. So that was my first curiosity really about the continent.
You know, you just brought up something interesting, because a lot of people don't talk about the diversity in African cultures.
Correct.
So when you grew up in LA, you were mainly around Ethiopian culture.
Yeah.
So West African culture, South African culture, things that a lot of people are more familiar with now wasn't necessarily present when you were growing up.
Not at all. Or if it was, I wasn't, you know, exposed to it.
Okay.
So that might have been my own miseducation, misinformation. But yeah, by the time I went to school in the East Coast and met my Ivorians, you know, I was like, oh, what is this?
Right.
So yeah.
So AU, so you went to college in D.C. and then from D.C.
Stayed. I worked on Capitol Hill.
Okay.
I worked
on. What did you do on Capitol Hill?
I worked on both the House and Senate side. So when I was working on the House side, I worked for, this is going to date myself. Dang. I worked for...
Don't worry. You look good, sis. You look good. You look
okay.
good.
Well,
so
you know, black don't
whatever
crack.
date it is, it's okay.
So this was about 2005, 2006.
Okay.
And I worked for, at that time, Ways and Means Chair Charlie Rangel.
Okay.
And then I went over, and again, dating myself, I worked for Senator Clinton when she was a senator.
Okay.
So I worked basically on those two sides of government, and then from there went to work on the Hillary Clinton campaign on her first presidential primary run.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, and stayed, went all the way through when she was working at the State Department. I worked at USAID.
Okay.
I went back to school. I left when I was 30.
Wow.
So that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. No problem. Yesterday it is. All right. So you mentioned that you were on your way to South Africa.
Yeah.
Right. And you stopped in Ghana.
Yeah.
So you've been to South Africa, you've been to Ghana. Are there other African countries that you visited?
Yeah, I've been to Morocco.
Okay.
Which was lovely. Again, this diversity of the African continent. Yep. Morocco is like way heads and tails different in terms of shape, texture, dimension, culture, food, language, the whole smell, experience.
I need to go back to Morocco.
I
was only in Casablanca, and I need to go to Marrakesh.
Okay, see, I went to Casablanca, Marrakesh, and Chefchaouen.
Okay.
And even want to go back myself to Fez, and you know.
A friend of mine told me Fez is the jewel of Morocco. Anyway, we're not going to get too...
We just gonna go.
I got you. Okay, so
There's a
Morocco,
direct
South Africa, Ghana,
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
I just came back from Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to South Africa multiple times.
Okay.
And then one of the times that I was there, I was working on a documentary with my sister.
Okay.
So really had a deep dive into a lot of the anti-apartheid struggles that this one particular character that we were profiling went through. So that was really intense. And then Kenya.
Kenya. Okay, nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is dive into the game that we love called Africa in 60. Okay. So, Africa in 60 is really simple, where we challenge our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds.
Oh.
See, okay, we got that competition is coming. Look. And look, everybody wants to know the leaderboard. How am I doing? How did I do against other people? We're going to put the leaderboard up at some point. So,
all right.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Is my timer starting?
Who am I looking at?
You looking at me. Don't worry about nobody else. This is between me and you. We're going to count. Okay.
Every time I say it, though, you need to be like,
No. We're going to keep count. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, Angola, Algeria, Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Republic of Congo, Nigeria, Benin, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Togo, Ghana, of course, Kenya, of course, South Africa, Botswana, Tanzania. There are so many. Let me go back up to the north. Let me get Libya, Morocco. Did I say Algeria?
Nope, Algeria.
Okay, Algeria. Equatorial Guinea.
Nice.
What are my ECOWAS countries? Okay, Liberia. Did I say Cote d'Ivoire?
Nope.
Okay. Give me. See, now I'm feeling stressed because I was off to a really good start.
We got some more in the east.
Okay, Botswana.
Go east.
Obviously Ethiopia. How did I miss that? Eritrea.
Okay, that's it. Time up.
Dang.
You got about 25. You did good.
That's only half, though.
Yo, you did a good job. I mean, everybody feels like they should have done better, but when the pressure is on, it's different.
Yeah.
You could be looking at the African map all day, every day, but when the pressure is on, it's different.
Yeah, because I miss Chad, I miss Uganda, I miss Rwanda.
Hey, don't try to add Zamunda and Wakanda. You forgot Zamunda and Wakanda. Don't try to add any more. But, ladies and gentlemen, Africa in 60. Why do we play Africa in 60? We want you to know that Africa is a large continent. It's diverse. There are 54 countries. In each country, there are multiple languages. There are multiple cultures. So there's so much happening on this continent that when you think about Africa, make sure you just don't think Africa is one place. No one speaks African. It's a whole wide, vast land. So let's respect that. All right, let's get back to the interview.
I love it.
You like that? See, that's why we didn't prepare you for that, because we wanted to see how. But you was ready though. You got to the edge of the chair. You was ready to get it. Okay, so we talked about you in AU, and then you working on the Hill, House of Representatives, and the Senate. So at some point you stopped doing that and you decided to do something else.
Yeah. So at some point Hillary Clinton lost her election. So and I mean the second one, right? So at that point I felt that I had put all my chips in the political basket, and I actually really wasn't getting out of it what I wanted, not just in terms of employment, but in terms of satisfaction. So I had a house in DC that I sold, made a bunch of money, and I did what I felt a lot of people don't really get an opportunity to do, which is at 30 paid off all my debt and traveled. So I went everywhere. I was like a traveling fool, and it was like, oh, you in Costa Rica?
Europe, South America, Asia, Africa.
Yeah, I put Africa last. Not in terms of like last priority, but I put it in the space where I was like, I know that once I get here, I'm gonna want to spend the most amount of time.
Got you.
So I would go to like Thailand for a week, or I go to Costa Rica for a little bit, and I popped all over. I think I did Iceland. I did some like off the grid places, even for me. And then, I just had a very special connection to the continent. And at that point, I had the time, the money, the resources. I should put a little asterisk point that I lost my mom in 2018. So I had to go back to LA.
You know,
It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I lost my mom to breast cancer. So please, 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 like, check the tatas. But
ladies, from Karen, check your breasts, check your tatas, as she says.
Yeah.
Breast cancer is very serious. So shouts out and respect to everybody who's lost someone to breast cancer, and to everyone who's dealing with breast cancer at any point in their lives.
Yeah. And the reason I put that asterisk in there is because it really changed my outlook and purpose, because I started a legacy scholarship in honor of my mom.
Okay.
And that legacy scholarship is one that I run through the Black Swan Academy in DC to bring youth to the continent of Africa.
Okay.
So it kind of really
Now, what year was this? This was, your mom passed in 2018,
Yeah.
and you did this the same year.
Yeah, so around the time we met.
Right.
Yeah, around the time we met.
Yep.
So
In LA.
In LA.
Crazy outside of whatever it was. We made it happen. We was like on a park
outside
bench.
of like the Hollywood Bowl.
Exactly.
Like, are you outside? I'm outside. Yeah. But yeah, putting together that legacy scholarship, I knew I wanted to do something a little different. My mom was a real philanthropist and a real traveler, and actually invoked that in me. So I wanted to make sure that young people had that early on. And so I was looking at it and I was thinking, wow, like of all the places that I had traveled, Ghana was really special, and I wished I would have come sooner. So I was like, I'm going to fundraise for children to come sooner.
Right.
So that's kind of where I started, and my career has taken off from there in that direction.
Right. So something interesting is you first experiencing African culture, right, in LA through Ethiopian culture. Most people know when they go to Ethiopian restaurant, in Jerry, you eat with your hands food, and then you travel to the East Coast and you began to have some experiences with other forms of African culture. What is it about, like, what has connecting with your culture, right? Ethiopian, South African, Ghanaian, whatever. What has that done for you, right? Because there are a lot of black people. So what has connecting with the culture done for you?
Oh, so much. Like, I think it has rooted me in my place in the world. Like, I wish, I always tell people now, I wish someone would come up to me and call me something like offensive, like the N-word or whatever. It's like, I'm an African queen. Please address me as such, you know? And I think also that it has allowed me to feel like I belong somewhere, belong to, like, even though Africa is very diverse and it's not one, like, monolithic place, one-dimensional place. It is one identity. So it is an identity that I can grab to and go, this is mine. And so that's really been an anchor for me.
Nice. What about your friends and family? Have they traveled here?
Yeah, my 85-year-old father came here. Actually, my older sister is the one who I went and did the documentary with in South Africa.
Okay.
My middle sister has not traveled here, but she's planning to. And then my stepmother is actually a professor of African studies and African literature. So she had done a lot more traveling than even me. And then on my father's side, we're from the Caribbean. So
Which island?
Barbados and Antigua.
Barbados and Antigua.
One
Shouts
time.
out to my Bajans. Bye. Respect all my brothers. You know who you are.
Rihanna, call me.
I got a whole crew of brothers in D.C. from Barbados. You know, my brother, Spider the DJ, who passed away from lymphoma cancer, and he's from Barbados. And like I have a whole Bayesian family back in D.C. that I miss and I love. Shouts out, y'all.
Yeah.
Spider strong all day. I'll be home soon.
And also, I mean, just the connection is so strong, because if you go to Asan Mansu, which is here in Ghana, the last bath, you'll see there are 3 tombs. One from the exhumed remains of a slave from Jamaica, one from an exhumed slave from the remains of an exhumed slave from New York, and then all of the collected bones and anything that could be sent back from the country of Barbados, which was donated by our Prime Minister. So very, very strong ties.
I remember when that happened.
Very strong ties.
I remember when that happened. Talk to us a little bit about Black Swan Academy.
Okay.
Like, where are these youth from? What are their ages?
Yeah, so Black Swan Academy is a nonprofit that we work in partnership with the DC public school system.
Okay.
We run a curriculum on pride, purpose, and power for Black youth.
Okay.
We focus on Black youth, although it's open to anyone. And most of our students are interested in policy, interested in politics, but they're from underrepresented communities. And so we teach them a curriculum around, like, how to be an activist, how to understand budget, how to run for office, and they sometimes run for student government. We've been doing this program now a little over 7 years. I helped start it up with Samantha Davis. She's the CEO, and I was one of the founding board members.
Okay.
I have since taken a step back, but what I do run is just the Betty Ann Johnson Scholarship. So that's our scholarship that we try and make sure that any of our youth, and we've actually retooled it a little bit with COVID. So any of our youth who are in any sort of need, my mom was a single mom, and you know, I just remember that, like, sometimes you need to get some school clothes, sometimes you need to get some groceries, sometimes you need to go to Ghana. And any of those things, there's a fund there. But I do a lot of work with the Black Swan Academy to make sure that our youth are on that curriculum track of pride, purpose, and power.
Beautiful. Pride, purpose, and power. And with those 3 Ps, we're going to take a small break, and we'll be right back more with Karen Johnson. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, and do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we are back with our guest, Karen Johnson. Karen, we're back. Thank you. I'm really enjoying this conversation. So I always learn something new about our guests. Like I'm always, because you think you know somebody, which is okay because you're supposed to find out more. All right, so Black Swan Academy. I think it's pride, purpose, and
power.
What kind of impact do you think traveling to Ghana will have on your students?
Oh, I think it'll be life-changing. I think it'll be life-changing in 2 fronts. One, a lot of our students, they're from Ward 5, 6, 7, and 8. Traditionally, DC's chocolate. This is where we come in.
Right. I was about to break down the wards. I'm going to let you go ahead.
6, 7, which, even though they're so close to Capitol Hill or close to the National Mall, a lot of the students don't get out. They don't see it until someone exposes them to it. So I know that until someone says, here's your first passport, or here's your first time coming out of the country, like this might not happen. So I'm happy that that's like sort of that light that you never know where it's going to shine.
Right.
So I love that. And the second thing is we have a curriculum of pride, purpose, and power, but it's rooted in blackness. We deal with black youth.
Okay.
So I don't think you can really have black consciousness, black pride, black power, and know where it's going to take you until you know where you've come from. So I definitely think that will be, and it's my goal to expose them to that as early as possible. Yeah.
That's incredible. I believe that every person of African descent, not only a young person, should at some point in their life, just touch down one time. And, know, and one of the things we always say is that we know when you get here, you find your own magic.
Oh.
Everybody finds their own magic. But one of the other things that we know from being experience of being on the ground is that, especially from the West, we have this very romantic and romanticized, this romantic relationship and this romanticized idea of what Africa, Ghana is, what it should be, and I'm going to get off the plane, I'm going to kiss the ground, I'm going to save some dirt and take some water home, which is cool. But we also know that the transition is not always smooth.
No, that's correct.
and it's not America, it's a different place, right? And it's something that we don't shy away from because it's real, you know, and we want other people who are coming to learn from our mistakes and do better. And so let's get into what some of the challenges may have been that you faced in making the transition. I remember some of our conversations, that first conversation in LA, and you was like, yo, I'm thinking about moving to Ghana. And then when I saw you was like, I did it. I was like, yo, you here. Like, you here for real.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the...
I'm about that life.
You about that life,
yes.
1,000%.
1,000%.
So what are some of the challenges, just in general, that you've kind of run into during the transition?
Yeah, I mean, for starters, it's expensive. And I really...
Hold on, say that again.
For starters, it's expensive.
You know I asked you to say that again because people don't believe that. And every African, but Accra can be expensive.
It's expensive. It's very expensive. And I had, to your point about romanticizing it, I mean, I remember all the times that I had come before, I had either come on vacation where I was like ready to blow my money, or I had come and like stayed with a family. So it was like, oh, we really not spending anything. But when I had to pay a year's rent in advance, I was like, how? Like literally, how? Me.
That's how we can tell you've been in Ghana.
How?
A lot of people don't know that landlords will take a year's advance in rent. So if it's $500 a month, you do the math, that's $6,000. If it's $1,000 a month, that's $12,000.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to escape it.
And I found a really fair and lovely landlord who I would gladly refer to anyone. He's so amazing, and he was really flexible and willing to work with me, but it was like a needle in a haystack. And then even when I did find him and we worked everything out, it wasn't like month to month. To your point, it's not an American system, so we didn't quite get to a year, and I think he was very fair with the pricing, but it was all my savings. It was just like at once, gone. It's hard to replenish dollars, so still having to work some things out in America. It's expensive, and I think also one of the challenges I faced, how real are we going? Like how?
Well, I'm here with you.
I'm here with you.
I'm here with you. So listen.
Yeah.
Wherever you want to go, we can go.
Right,
as long as you're comfortable, I'm rocking with you. So let's go.
All right. Well, I want to get in that chair, but I'm going to stay in this one. But we gonna go over here. So I think, I always viewed myself like as a very Pan-African woman, a very Pan-African person, very prideful in that Pan-Africanism ideal and blackness. And it wasn't until I got to Ghana that someone called me a white person for the first time, and I was like, a what?
What they call you, a Bruni?
A Bruni, or like just even confronting that identity politics for the first time, where for so long you've had this identity crisis of trying to figure out where you fit in and where you're from and who you are, and then you get to the continent of Africa and you're like, my brother, and they're like, I don't know you. I do not know you. And in fact, not only do I not know you, it's 2 times the price. So that was happening to me few and far between. It wasn't like, anything.
But enough for you to come face to face with yourself in a different way.
Like I think 95% of the people who I've met embrace me. I think 95% of the people who I've met really understand the connection in the diaspora and want to link and want to build and want to be united. They're like-minded individuals. That's why I mess with them. You know what I mean? That's why they mess with me. But in terms of that small 5%, it's enough. And it's like, it's in the most weird of moments, you know, where you're like in the market and you're just, oh, I'm going to get some papaya, auntie, how are you? And then they're like, you know, who are you? You know, and that was hard.
I'm not your auntie.
I'm not your auntie. I'm not your auntie. And it was challenging because it really threw
That's a lot to deal with because we come from a place where we're constantly searching for identity, right? Beyond the idea of being black. And coming to Africa is the solution for us. For many of us coming from America, black Americans. Coming to Africa is the solution to restoring identity. And then when you come here, and as you said, you face that challenge where not only you see that it's not all the way what you thought, but there are black people, African people here who look at you the same way they look like as a white person. And you're like, so you've had these experiences, right? Found out it's expensive, and you've had these kind of, like you said, identity politics. So what? Because I always see challenges as opportunities. So what opportunities did those things present to you? Like, how did you, I mean, money is money. So once you got to pay that money. But it definitely wakes you up to say, okay, it brings you to a new reality space of where I am and what it's going to take to stay here and do this, right? Congratulations, because you're still here. Right?
I've been here a year.
You've been here for a year, and I always tell people that sometimes we see a lot more people leave. You know, quote unquote unsuccessful than we do see stay. Right. So how have you been managing the identity politics? How have you been managing this reckoning where you come face to face with yourself differently because you're here and people don't feel as, you know?
Well, twofold. The first thing is I had to really come to Jesus. I am a white woman. I didn't realize this. I was like, oh my God, why she say that? Then I was like, oh, that's why she said that. Because there's like a certain level of timeliness or, you know, like talk backness, confrontation style. There's a certain level of I'm always writing things down on paper. I think that's the way you should communicate. It's like, I sent an email. And that very much so is Western and very much so synonymous with white. So then when you see why they're saying it, you're like, oh, okay, next time I won't, you know, I have an issue with some security thing. I won't write an email. I will just go and address it in the same way that it should be addressed, which is, you know, a little bit of like involving the elders, or maybe not the elders, but like the people who have lived here, because that's how it should be handled. When I started handling things differently, I started being addressed differently. So I go, oh, all right, let me show up 30 minutes late. That's cool.
Let me not be the only person on time.
Let me not be the only one here on time. That
Waiting
works
for
out.
everybody else
That
getting
works
frustrated.
out. Yeah, and when I get into a situation where I'm frustrated or somebody is, you know, sort of trying to like nickel and dime me, for example, I gave it in the market, it's like at this point, I just give the money because I'm like, I don't really want to go back. If I do see you as my sister and I do want this papaya, even though I know you're charging me some quote unquote Obroni price, I have it. So let me give it to you because at the end of the day, I don't want to go back and forth. And the next time I come back, now you're calling me auntie, you know? So that's kind of changed. And
I got you. That's honorable because me, I want my 2 CDs. So no. I'm not a tourist, so I know how much it costs in 3 regions. So I know the price for Accra.
No, it's true. Like, and I guess the thing is, like, you have to just decide. Do I want to go back and forth about 2 CDs?
No, you're right. You're right. Sometimes, because I get it. Trust me, I get it. And that's a part of the learning. So what are you doing here in Accra now? How are you sustaining yourself? What kind of work are you doing? What are you building? Talk to me about that.
So I have elevated up a notch from the Betty Ann Johnson Scholarship, which I still do run and work on. But I have a wonderful, like you know her, I have a wonderful philanthropic partner in Walla, El Sheikh, who runs Birthright Africa. So Birthright Africa is a fundraising partner and basically working with a lot of organizations to help fundraise for that sole purpose of having youth explore their ancestral homeland. So I'm a Birthright Africa ambassador. I do a lot of fundraising for both my scholarship scholarship and the larger programmatic piece, because anyone can apply for Birthright Africa. It doesn't have to be specific to Washington, D.C. It doesn't even have to be specific to Ghana. You can explore your ancestral homeland. We have programs all over the continent, and they're building every day. So I'm really a huge advocate for Birthright Africa, and I do a lot of work with them and a lot of work here on the continent with programmatic elements. And then I have passive income. I invested in some properties back in the States, which is why I said that it being expensive is something you really need to know, because if you're in your bag right, here is the place where you can open your entrepreneurial dreams. Like, it's one of those things where I was like, wow, I can really flip the bag here.
It's possible,
It's
right?
possible.
It's possible,
It's
right?
possible. And when
you take the bag like this and flip it all the way over.
Flip it. You know?
We in the kitchen. You know, we being silly. Go ahead, come on.
Yeah, but there's I always say when I first came to Ghana, one of the things I loved, from even the women selling things on the roadside, all the way up to your tailors and to your hair braiders, and then up and up and up, you have entrepreneurial spirit. So here, when you come and you have just a little bit of capital, you're like, oh, I see this needs to be fixed. It's a challenge. I didn't like that, how it went, and I know that I can improve upon it, and I can improve upon it in a way that works for Ghanaians as well. So I've been looking into doing a startup of my own, and it's been sustaining me, but I wouldn't be able to do it without the passive income I have from the States.
Right, and that's from real estate rental income. Okay, nice. So what, do you have any other future plans or dreams, or can you share more about your startup? Is it if you can't, I understand.
I can.
Okay.
I can.
Just what you can, because I understand intellectual property and proprietary rights.
No. Okay, so just a little bit about me and like my randomness. I love snail mail. I always say like I'm such a analog girl in a digital world. I still have stamps. I still write cards. And the post office here is just like non-existent. Addresses here are kind of non-existent. So when I first came here, I was like, how do people get mail? Like, how do people really get things back and forth? And I know that there are postal systems, but I was thinking about something kind of akin to like how you have like a FedEx or like a USPS where everything is all in one, and I don't see that here. So that's kind of where I'm going.
But you know what, that brings up a point. You saw something that could be seen as a gap or a lack, but you looked at it differently, and it's an opportunity.
Yeah. It's not just an opportunity for even diasporans. It's an opportunity for everybody, because even you and I talked. I remember when I called you, I was like, how did you get your truck here? Like, how do you do a container? And it's not that these things don't exist. They do exist. But the vetting that you have to go through to find the right person who's not going to have your stuff all over Tema, and then you got a box and it is flipped. Okay. So now I'm like, all right, this shipping and receiving, there's something to it. And
there's definitely something to it.
And everyone who I know who's here as a diasporan is doing something for themselves, whether it's in the auto industry, the creative industry. So I feel very supported.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
What advice would you give for other people in your shoes who have some savings, right? Or have some passive income, especially since the pandemic? What advice would you give people who might be looking to make that connection to some African country and move here?
The first I would say is do it. I do not regret it. Just do it.
You do not regret it. Okay.
No. Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Jump out the window. Just do it.
Jump out the window. So, because the saying, jump and grow wings.
Yeah.
Now, everybody, like, it takes a certain kind of person, I think, to jump and grow wings, but to jump and grow wings. But I do think that everyone can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially if you're from LA. You got wings. You know what I mean? Like, when you think about it, that's actually the blessing of my life, is like being from LA, being from DC, being from these like big cities and epic proportion of an epicenter. That's the word I was looking for. But basically, when you already have to have a little bit of grind and hustle to you anyway, it's going to go far. You know what I mean? So yeah, jump out the window.
And you bring that hustle here, it'll
Charlie.
multiply. Like, hey, is Ghana
Hey.
was it Hustle is it Hustle Central?
Central.
Or is it Hustle Central?
I think it's like Hustle Central, then like, exponentially hustle from there.
Right. So, Karen, let me know if this is okay.
Okay.
Are you single?
Yes.
Are you ready to mingle?
Absolutely. You know somebody. Wait.
She's single and ready. This is not a dating show, but this is my sister, so we're gonna get into it. All right, let's talk about this for a little while.
Okay.
I've had 3 women who've traveled with me here on a trip for the first time, meet a man, and get married within a year.
Yeah.
Or less than a year. So if you're a single woman, a black woman, and you're moving or visiting Accra, like, is it just, I've heard a lot of different things. I don't know. I'm a married man, but is it like, are the Ghana boys, is it just, are they here for you? Like, what's happening?
Yeah. Oh, of course. So let me just say, I'm single now. Which camera should I look in? Hello. Hello. I'm single now. Okay. Have a Ghana number, U.S. number, whichever one, WhatsApp, Instagram. You could call me. It's fine. And he can vouch.
This is my sister.
Yeah.
But if she called me, it's a problem. She shouldn't have to call me.
Yeah.
Don't have her call. Okay, go ahead.
I can't cook. That's it. I can't cook. But let me just say I'm single now, but when I first came, I was engaged.
Okay.
And I was engaged to a Ghanaian, and I love and adore that Ghanaian, and I'm still close to that Ghanaian, and he's like my person.
Okay.
It didn't work out because we have 2 different religious views and a lot of different cultural views that came up, especially in terms of like child rearing and vision for family.
Gotcha.
So
which are important things and things that I would say most people would agree are things that might prevent you from getting married. And I'm happy to hear that because some people don't have those conversations.
Well, COVID hit, so we had no choice. You got to talk. you got to talk.
Find out more. Okay.
And I grew up in a somewhat abusive household, which was from generations of abuse, generations of trauma. So I'm very specific about like not hitting children, and I know that here, like people like, you won't beat what, and it's like my child, I will beat you. So I was like, well, then we can't really have kids because I can't really have that kind of like trauma. But I say all of that to say that being single has been the best aspect of living here. I love dating here. I love it. It is my favorite. Yeah.
Now, I have some other sister friends here, and I've heard different views about dating, but everybody not caring.
Everybody not Karen. Everybody not Karen. Karen is cute, okay? Karen got the little latest fits. Karen always got her little nails on deck, yeah.
Right.
I just love that it's like I always say, if there's plenty of fish in the sea, Ghana is the sea. So you meet all kinds of black men. They're doing,
not just from Ghana, from all over.
Oh, yeah. They're doing everything. They're into everything. I dated someone who was into the gold industry, someone who was into shipping and receiving, someone who was an entrepreneur, someone who worked for the government. I mean, everything under the sun. And it doesn't mean that it works, but I'm of the mindset, like, I have not sat home one Friday night, and it's lots to do. Be social, be out, be, in community with people. And when you meet these brothers out here and they just like, it don't mean nothing to them to give you a compliment.
Right.
And
it's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not heavy to do.
No. And if you're like me, where you have natural hair or like, a natural shape and all this, they love that. They're like, girl, what you worried about?
If you know how to drop it like it's hot.
If you know how to drop it, after you back it up, then stop. Right? Exactly.
Right.
So I think, I was always insecure about being a little bit thick and living in LA where everyone is like, this model physique, and they've done all these surgeries, and don't get it twisted, they do that all over the world, but it's just like, well, what am I supposed to do with this little extra over here? And in Ghana, they're like, bring that little extra over here.
We like that extra.
We like that extra.
So
that's the Banku. That's the Banku. And over here, that's the fish.
Banku on one side and the grilled tilapia on
grilled
side.
Tilapia.
So where's the pepper? Can we?
Pepper.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So that's good because people want to know, and there are a lot of single black women specifically and single people in general who want to know. And some people don't like talking about their dating life or the fact that they go out and stuff like that. What's one of your favorite places to go to in Accra?
I love Sandbox. I love it. It's just a beach club that has always a good like scenery, and I find
Nice
it to
vibe.
be a good vibe, good music. I go a lot out. I live in Chato, so I go
Okay.
a lot out to like the Core Bridge pub. It's like a local spot, but that's where I've met not necessarily people to date, but people in my community.
Gotcha.
And I've ended up finding like, oh, this is the
In your
person.
own
Yeah, this
community
who
you
look
found.
out, and this who, you know, this who makes the hardware and makes the tables. And then if I'm really, really, really trying to party, honestly, Ghanaians are very hospitable, so I love a good house party.
Yes, that's, you know what, we're not even, so I tell a lot of people, like, when you start to meet certain people, I'm not going to say the right people, but certain groups of people, you'll get invited to house parties. And sometimes some of the best times that you'll have is at a house party. It's at a small house party that goes all night, coolers of drinks, food cooking on the grill, in the kitchen, and it's just a good time.
And if you go to a good enough house party, they'll have banku, and they'll have fish, they'll have pepper, you know, it's all good. So that's my favorite scene. When I first got here, though, I was a little offended. I was being approached by married men. I didn't know what that was about. And then I had to...
That didn't happen in the U.S.?
No. No.
Married men didn't... Or the way, it just felt like married men approaching you very clear that they're married, not like hiding, just like, yeah, I'm married, and... Is it like that, or?
Yeah, like it's like that. Like it's so overt, and it's also so, like in the States. I feel like it meant something. Like you think I'm, you know, down for this like side chick lifestyle. Here, I think it's more like the relationships are distinctive, and you know, I'm interested in getting to know you for who you are. Now, I haven't really like signed up for that, but it at first was a kind of like offensive thing, and then I realized, oh, there's no offense to it. So
it's just how people do.
It's just how it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just how it is.
That was interesting.
Yeah. So call me. Should I give my number? It's Vodafone.
No.
Yeah.
Leave us with one solid piece of specific advice.
Yeah.
For women, single women who move here and are looking are alone and are looking to get into business and, you know, and just to start a new life. Like, what is one or two things that you would say to them? These are some things you should be sure to do. You know, like you've already made a decision, right? You're moving here, you're here. What are a few things that you would say, do this?
Well, to everyone, not necessarily men or women, I would say have a little bit of humility.
Okay.
And then specifically to women, I would take that a step further. The humility piece, I would want to say, like, calm down, you know, like, don't be a hard rock when you really are a gem. I think a lot of black women, and trust me, I'm one of them, okay? Like, I'm one of them. I oftentimes can have an attitude. I oftentimes can think, what is this person doing? And, what, you know, and you instantly kind of hype it up. But if you have a little bit of humility, you'll understand that Ghana has its own rules and you don't supersede their rules. Like, just because something isn't working the way you think it should work doesn't mean it's not working.
Right.
So just understand and decolonize your mind a little bit and have a little humility to say, Uncle, what is going on here? You know, Auntie, what is going on here? Could I get some help? And then from there, like when I say calm down, I mean, you know, don't get to cursing out everybody. Because I mean, I had to run up on somebody in time. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. Like, that's how I even thought about the, you know, I thought about the shipping and receiving because all my stuff wasn't shipped or received. Okay. And I was like, let me go up in this. And really got so overworked and so angry and so this and so that. And I realized all I had to do was to really take a different approach and say, please, sir, like, can you just do what you said to do on the integrity and strength of your word? And coming down a notch has helped.
Has helped.
Yeah, that's my
I
advice.
really enjoyed this conversation,
Same.
Karen. I think I've definitely learned something new. And I think our listeners and viewers who are considering moving, and those who are even here, will definitely get something from this conversation. So we look forward to seeing more. I look forward to meeting students from the Black Swan Society and Scholarship out of Washington, D.C., and your Birthright Africa scholars who come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diallo.
Thank you all for tuning in to another wonderful episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb with me, your host, Diallo Sumbri, and our guest, Karen Johnson.
You're doing great things around the world.
We want to thank you for tuning in with us for another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV with me, your host, Diallo Sumbri. I really hope you enjoyed the conversation and interview with our guest, Karen Johnson, who recently relocated from LA to Accra. We'll end the show today, as we do every week, with some ancestral wisdom by way of proverb. Today's proverb is, to try and fail is not laziness. I'll say that one more time. To try and fail is not laziness. We want you to take that with you, and we'll see you next week on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV.
You're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Yeah. You're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah.
The Constitution and Article 1661 provides for the establishment of the National Media Commission to, among others, quote, promote and ensure the freedom and independence of the media for mass communication or information. Pursuant to this, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Information requested the National Media Commission to execute this mechanism. The Ministry provided set-up support to the NMC and requested other affiliate bodies to extend additional support. The NMC, using the industry of this office, has been instrumental in the training of journalists under the Media Capacity Enhancement Program. This is in line with the first objective of the mechanism. Additionally, the NMC, through the industry of the office, successfully validated and followed up for correction the report of alleged assault on CTFM journalists on the 11th of May 2021. Mr. Speaker, I must state that even though the National Media Commission has started well, their efforts have been challenged mainly because of a lack of financial and technical resources. This has affected the pace at which they handle cases that are reported to them. While we continue to encourage the NMC to stay on course on this path, we also appeal to development partners and other stakeholders to support the NMC to enhance its operations. Mr. Speaker, when the report of attacks on journalists are brought to our attention, government quickly condemns such attacks and engages the police to identify and prosecute offenders. The Ministry of Information recently condemned attacks on journalists at Eid-Ul-Adha and Benya FM and urged, through direct interactions with the police to act with dispatch against the perpetrators. Further, I have also made strong appeals to the judiciary to punish severely persons found guilty of attacking journalists. This was contained in my statement to judges during the sensitization for members of the bench and prosecutors on the Press Freedom Sensitization Workshop, which took place in Ho on the 20th of June 2022. On a regular basis, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of the Interior also updates us on the status of investigations of some of the key reported attacks in our jurisdiction, and we continue to urge them to quicken the pace of investigations where those investigations remain open. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to call on stakeholders to support the coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists to ensure that it delivers what it has been set up to achieve. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Morning, how are you doing? We are going on a trip. We are back again, Charlie, so I am going on a trip together with 2 YouTubers, for I'm going to be meeting them for the first time. And today I decided to pack with you. This is my backpack I'm going to be using. We're going to spend just a day or two. So as you can see, I don't have much. But of course, since I'm packing with you, let's see what's going inside my bag. I have here my backpack, which I've had for some time now, and a fanny pack, which I will keep my money and my few things I will need handy, so I don't have to go into this bag. I'm going to start with the shoes. Since I'm not wearing shoes, we are going by public transport, so I would want to wear slippers to be very comfortable. So I'm going to start with the shoes. Then next is clothes. More clothes. I have here just shorts, my nightwear, some extra clothes, which is going to go in first. Since my things are not a lot, I'll just be packing them inside. Because then I have here face towel, which I'll use one for my face, one for my body, because I don't want to carry a very big towel. And I have here a bag, a mini bag, which I'll use to carry my things if I leave my backpack in the hotel. So this is it. I have here 2 bikinis because a girl doesn't know which of them she would want to use. When I get there and I feel like I need something more colorful, I go for the orange. If I need something more calm, then I can go for the white. So I carry 2 bikinis. I have here my hiking clothes. I took 2 just in case I don't feel like wearing this. I can wear this for another day. So 2 hiking clothes, because where we are going is going to require seeing a waterfall and hiking. So guys, hit me in the comment section. Where do you think I am going with 2 ladies? Let me know in the comment section. Before we get there, let me know in the comment section. So yeah, I have here my stuff. One thing I like about this backpack is the fact that you can carry as many clothes as possible. You just have to keep pushing them. When you fold them well, you can use this bag for a week. Like, things that it's going to serve you for a week can enter this bag. That's one thing I like about this bag. It's time for my toiletries. Inside my toiletry bag is deodorant, body cream, hair cream, girly things, toothbrush, Pepsodent, perfume, sponge. This is the African sponge. This is the kind of sponge you use. If you haven't seen this sponge before, it's very common in Africa. We use this and it's been very fine over the years. So we don't really use foam. This is what we use. I'm sure some of you that are not used to the African style is going to come for me, but yeah, this is the typical African sponge. I have here my coconut oil, which I poured because the container is so big. These are some few things I got from the hotel I was staying before, like the conditioner, which I'll use for my hair just in case I wet my hair. Then sewing kit. This is very easy. Like the one I have, I always have to put it into something, but this is like easy to carry. So yeah, I'm taking this, which I got from a hotel when I was in South Africa. Then shoe mitt, just to clean my shoes if it's dirty. So that's it inside my little, and soap, bathing soap. So this is what is inside my toiletry bag. And the reason why I kept them all in a bag is I don't want a situation where I would be struggling to look for a particular thing. So everything goes into this bag, Then of course my panties. That's my panties. Then we are currently in the rainy season. The rain started last month, June, so we are currently in the rainy season, so it's very advisable to carry umbrella. I got this umbrella at a friend's engagement. So yeah, talk about being a travel content creator. Of course I have to pack my my filming gears. Number 1 is my power bank. I always don't forget my power bank, because in case I find myself in a place where there is no light, at least I can charge my phone. Even if my camera is off, at least my phone should be on always. One thing I always don't forget is a fully charged power bank. I have here my bandage just in case I get hurt. Since I'm going hiking, I have this. Oh, I forgot to take my medication, so I'm going to take painkillers and then deep spray just in case I get hurt or anyone gets hurt. So this is my this can go in on the side. I'm going to pack my drone. This is my drone. This is the drone I use. It's a mini drone. So yeah, in case you are wondering if it's the same drone that crashed in South Africa, yes, It's the same drone that crashed in South Africa. I got it repaired. I have here my chargers, which I'm going to keep in my bag and keep the head in my backpack. GoPro batteries, which I'm using now. These are my GoPro batteries. Remember I told you it's a rainy season, so this is for my phone case, just like waterproof phone case, just in case it's raining and I still want to use my phone. I mean, I can use this, so I carry this just in case. I don't want to be surprised by the rain because this weather. And I have here more chargers, and of course the most important thing, this thing came very handy when I went to SA, because SA's socket is different from our socket. Ours is the 3-pin, but they use a different kind of pin. Even in Cote d'Ivoire too, Cote d'Ivoire's style is very different. It's a round, which is not very common. Something very handy. I got this from Banana at Accra Mall, so yeah, you can get yours. So yeah, and of course my AirPods. And I carried, for safety, I carried knife, and it has everything, scissors, everything, and a torchlight because maybe, I don't know where I'll find myself in the evening. So this will go into my handbag. I'm going hiking, I'm carrying my water bottle. I would get water, I'll fill it with water. Then, of course, I have to carry my purse and money, which I always say that anytime you're traveling, you're going to spread your money across. So, I have budgeted 500 cedis for this trip. And one thing you should also know is in Ghana there are some places that you have to carry cash, because imagine finding yourself in like the remote of places and you think your card will work. Please just carry cash. So I'm going to spread my cash all over. One is going to be somewhere, one is going to be somewhere, just in case something doesn't go right. At least I won't find myself that stranded. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do with my cash. The last thing is to carry my shades. Should I go in for this or I hope you enjoyed this short pack with me, and yeah, so I'm ready for the trip. Let's go. Meet my friends. Hi. So you see, girls and timing, they are always late. I told them to meet me at the station at 9, and guess what? It's 10:25. Sorry, guys, let's go. Yeah. So we are going to catch the bus. Traffic. No, that's no excuse. I am sorry. So we are currently at the Madina station to pick a Hohoi bus. Another option to get a bus to Hohoi is Accra main station, and the closest was Madina. This cost us 72 Ghana cedis each. Where you can go pee at the back here and then buy hot oven bread. Is a very popular bread here around. I think around Koforidra and all that.
Oh my god, this journey has just been so stressful. No place to rest my head. But it's been fun. I've been enjoying seeing a lot of things. Oh, a lot of mango trees. And then and then the landscapes. We saw a lot of landscapes. It's so beautiful. Like I was feeling those mango plantations. Like I wanted to sleep, but I'm like, it's so beautiful. Don't sleep. Just look around you.
So I haven't really used this route before. Anytime I go towards the Volta region, I use the other side from Tema. Yes. But this route, they use through Dodowa, which I think is not bad at all. So we are currently at Timpopo. We are going to cross the Adome Bridge. I mean, I know you all have seen it several times, but if you haven't, you get to see it again. So I got myself soap detective.
of
we're currently
weekends.
at Hohoi station and it's raining. It's been raining for some time. And so we're going to get another vehicle. We are just about 15 minutes to the waterfall, so we're going to get another car. Yeah. We got a loading taxi from Hohoi station to our hotel, which is close to Buli Waterfalls. All we needed to do was to just ask the people around. One thing about Ghana is everybody is willing to help, so you don't have a problem when it comes to directions. So we paid 15 Ghana cedis each for the taxi. One other gentleman joined us, and the taxi driver was such a cool man. It's easy to get a loading taxi once you're out of the city. So guys, I'm having a discussion with the taxi driver. He says Buli Waterfalls is still part of Volta region. Of course. It's not OT. No. So which part is like the OT?
Yes, so from Likpe going to the other side is for OT. It's part of OT, but then from Blake down to Fodome to Hohoi is part of Volta region.
Wow. So I thought I was going to OT region. I'm sure you all know by now. But then it happens we are still in the Volta region. So we are finally here at the Buli. It's very close to Buli Waterfalls, and this is where I'm going to be spending. In fact, we are going to be spending a night. So let's see how the place. So this is going to be our room for the night, and it comes with a double bed, and I asked for an extra bed, so I think this is where I'm going to sleep. So this is how it looks like. Let's see the bathroom, and yeah, such a simple place. Oh, the bathroom is really spacious. This is how it looks like. This is gonna be our night. Our room for the night. Yeah, so yeah, I'm super excited. Do you like the place?
Yeah.
So was it a good choice?
Yes. We have 2 ladies and 1 snake. The snake will be sleeping on the floor.
That's me. So yeah, I think their rooms are very affordable. That room costs 220 cedis, and the place is very serene. And the fact that it's close to Buli Waterfalls, that's one of the things. That's the reason why I like the place. So yeah, I hope you are enjoying my vlog so far. How the place looks like. It's quite a beautiful place, very green. Just came. I ordered banku and tilapia, and she's having jollof and tilapia. You're already eating with her cat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning from the Buli Heights Hotel, and this is how it looks from here. Very serene. It rained yesterday. I already mentioned that it's we're in a rainy season. We are going hiking. And of course you all are coming along. So yeah, this is how it looks like from here now. And I'm waiting for the girls. I'm always the earliest person. Like, I think I'm the only one used to like waking up early, finishing up. The rest are like doing their face, they're doing this, doing that. This is my outfit for today. And yeah, so let's go have breakfast, and yeah, that will be the end of this vlog. And in my next vlog, I'm going to share my experience with the Buli Waterfalls. I'm hoping to hike to the upper falls, so expect that in my next video. I love you. So our breakfast is ready, and complimentary breakfast. And this is the girls, and they are there taking pictures. Hi Vanessa. Hi baby. Hi darling. So yeah, we are going to have breakfast and leave. So guys, let me know in the comment section which part of this hotel do you like. I personally like the fact that it's so green and it's very close to my final destination, which is the Buli Waterfalls. So you're all invited. Let me know in the comment section which place of this hotel you like. You're all invited.
Come with sleeping.
Vanessa didn't sleep. What happened? What went wrong?
See, my system is very terrible. If I'm outside my house, I think my body knows I'm outside. So I'll be like sleep deprived. And normally I'm like in night crawler, so I sleep very late.
I think when I find myself, I'm used to finding myself at different places and sleeping. I try to sleep. I try to sleep because I know I have a long day today.
I was having difficulty sleeping also because the good lady was on
let me know
TikTok.
in the comment section.
I wasn't on TikTok.
You were on TikTok.
I wasn't on TikTok.
When you find yourself at a new place, can you sleep on the first night? Let me know in the comment section. Obviously, I'm going to explore the waterfalls in my next video. So yeah, this is the place. Look at me. Behind me is a mountain and I'm super excited. I hope you enjoyed watching today's vlog as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you. You're my favorite person. It's good to be back. It's good to be vlogging and exploring beautiful places in Ghana. I've been here several times and of course I don't mind taking you all along again and again. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Mwah.
Welcome to Sports Check with me, Perez, as well. Today, I speak to a man who I've said need no introduction because he has been in this business for decades. He has also ventured into sports administration where he is the lead face for basketball in the country as well as the manager of the greatest African boxer ever. Yao Sechi Afari is my guest on Sports Check today. And after this break, we talk basketball, his life, and that of the legendary Azumah Nelson. Welcome back from the break. Yao Sechi Afari, the CEO of Right Sports, the manager of Azumah Nelson, the face of basketball in the country. You have a lot of titles.
And sometimes I wonder how I'm able to share my time. But Perez, thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's good to see you.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what someone would ask, why basketball in a country where football or boxing is the first or the second love? Why basketball for you? Why did you make that decision to go into basketball?
And the question I ask people, why not basketball? At the end of the day, there are several sports being promoted in this country. And the last time I checked, over 40 of them with the National Sports Authority. And beyond the federation, private people need to be interested to support the activities of this federation. So my journey or my partnership with basketball started back in 2003.
Wow.
So we're talking 19 years ago. We're talking in 2022, so 19 years ago. And it started as me fulfilling my responsibility as head of events and promotions with Choice FM.
I mean, it's a great journey from where you took it to when. But how difficult has it been for, of course, Coca-Cola have been faithful partners and they keep supporting you, but you know, in our part of the world, people want to see a lot of numbers. They want to see maybe basketball stars in the NBA before they commit some resources to it. So how difficult or easy has it been in your 90-year journey?
It's been difficult. And I always say big ups to Coca-Cola for the support. However, the longest we've gone was back in 2010 where we engaged 8 regions. Then it was 10 regions. Why? Because it's all about budget limitation. If Coca-Cola gives you 100 Ghana cedis and is able to do, let's say, 3 regions, but there are 7 other regions yearning to be part of it. So yes, they are doing their best, but if you had extra resources, you'll be able to do more than you're doing.
Sure.
And so it's been difficult. At this point, I won't say it's as difficult as back then.
Sure.
It's better because basketball popularity is soared. It's been discussed on radio, television, it's everywhere. But we still need enough corporate bodies in that space.
But then, so what would you say for football, for instance? I once said an executive council member saying if they got, say, $5 million, they will be able to put the league where they think it's supposed to be. Based on your knowledge of the basketball field, how much investment do we think we need if we really, really want to develop the sport?
Hey, this question, I haven't put numbers to it, I have to confess. But we need some investment. So I give you an example. We do not have a national indoor arena as I speak with you. The last match I checked, Cape Coast had something, but it's not standard for an NBA team to want to come and play here, an European team want to come here on their training tour. So you need investment in that area. You need to build, at least get one in Kumasi, get one in Accra, get one in Takoradi. If you have 4 indoor arenas, minimum seating capacity about 2,500, 3,000, it will completely change the face of basketball in Ghana. I kid you not. We're going to have a lot of teams travel to Ghana. We can hold international competitions here. And only God knows how many kids would, through basketball, access higher education, get employed, and change their life situation and become an inspiration.
I mean, despite all these challenges, you have done really for yourself. And I've followed the basketball for a while, so I know how difficult it's been, I mean, pulling resources together to state some of things. But nonetheless, we've been able to make an impact where we've had stars from this. What are some of the known faces from the Sprite Ball Challenge or from your marriage with basketball that Ghanaians should know?
Known faces that we've invited to Ghana?
No, who you have produced basically.
Oh, so this is the interesting part. We describe ourselves as, and I'm talking about Right Sports, as enablers.
Sure.
We create the platform that would create other industries or other players out of it. So I'll give you an example. We are promoters. We organize events, get everybody excited, get the media talking about it, get parents coming, get fans excited. But we are not agents. Sure. We don't manage people. Yeah. So we have agents or basketball people who come and sit and identify the players. And it's okay, yeah, I want to work with this boy. I think it's good. I have a connection with this school abroad. And so we don't take credit for everything, but we are the people who bring everybody together. We showcase them and say, what can you do? So out of the work, you now have like Clock. Clock used to play for KSTS, play for Tech. Now Clock is doing basketball attires. He's got a brand company, and we didn't create it, but he takes inspiration from it. Because why? He's seen the need to position himself as a guy who can provide jerseys. Because Yelsichi and his team, we don't produce jerseys. Yeah. So out of the programs, businesses are being formed. Do you understand my point? Yeah. A lot of kids from Sprite Ball are playing in colleges, some are in high school, and all over the place, which can put a list of them there. What we haven't had is, okay, who is playing in the NBA, like the notable leagues. Yeah. Ben Bentel is not a product of Sprite Ball, but Ben Bentel, it's a product of the basketball ecosystem in Ghana. Sure. And so sometimes you can point to Ben Bentel and say, okay, but at least he didn't survive in the NBA, but at least on the Knights drafted 51st by Boston Celtics, you know, that is a product of Ghana.
Do you think that in the near future we're going to see, you know, Ghanaian basketball stars in the NBA? I mean, based on the investment you're making, based on the fact that now there seems to be some interest in the sport as well, or do you think maybe the height factor?
Are we going to see Ghanaians in the NBA and professional leagues around the world? I say a big yes to it. Once we can stay consistent and begin to monitor the progress of these young kids who have had the opportunity to travel abroad to pursue higher basketball and education. So yes, it's an emphatic yes if we're going to see some kids in the NBA.
Do you have some names?
Yes, currently there's a guy called Agbeko, there's a Max Olokwampa, there's this kid also called Senna. A lot of them, I don't keep track of them because, like I said, that's not my space. We don't own these players.
My last question, though, what's the future of Sprite Ball?
As long as Coca-Cola is committed to this process and they have not indicated anything other than they excited about this opportunity or this platform to see kids grow in the area of basketball and music, we'll continue to be here to do it. And of course, we're open to other businesses that want to come into the space and to help, nurture basketball talents in Ghana. So yes, Sprite Ball has been coming a long way. It's since 2007, and we're still here growing strong.
Congratulations. I mean, you've won some awards as well. You've been featured in the Emmys. So.
Yes. So I remember 2010, we're recognized by Swag Awards. We're given a Meritorious Awards for the development of basketball. And in New York, there's an award called 3G. And we were there also to receive in 2014, Happy FM organized the Ghana Fan Sports Awards. We also recognized. And in 2017, I think you can see in the background, the big one, the Man of the Year Sports at the Emmy West Africa at Kempinski. It was fantastic. I didn't think I deserved it. I didn't think so because I looked at the category and you had Kwesi Nyantichi, you have Tony Bafu, and I'm like, okay, football people, there we go again. So when my name was mentioned, it took me a second to say, no, hang on, are they just mentioning my name or they're saying I'm the winner? And so you should see they always running to the front to receive the award, and I dedicated to the basketball people of Ghana.
I mean, congratulations. I mean, it's a good recognition. You've sacrificed a lot for a sport that does not get a lot of funding. You've done so well for it. So, yeah, said she has been talking his basketball. We come back from the break and we're going to talk Azumah Nelson. He's also a teacher to one of the most recognized, one of the world-known sports personalities. So we'll be speaking to him about that as well. This is Sports Check and Perez as well. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back from the break, and this is Sports Check with me, Perez as well. We've been speaking to Yaset here for earlier, and we talked about basketball, the Sprite Ball Challenge, the good works he's been doing to develop the sport. Now we zoom into another aspect of his life, which is his engagement with the legendary Azumah Nelson. Yeah. So how did you and Azumah Nelson meet? How did it come about? I mean, you have some great relationship.
Yes. Great memories. So every Ghanaian knows Azumah Nelson. Yeah. So just like yourself, I knew Azumah from a distance. But my relationship with him started way back in 2010. Okay. So I'll take you back a bit. When I was working my time at Choice FM, sometime in 2005, I was in the office one Monday morning when I got a call from the receptionist that a white man is looking for me. I said, a white man, did he mention my name? He said, yes, he mentioned your name. I said, really? Okay, I'm not expecting any white man, but well, you let him come. So he walks in, I offered him a seat, and I asked how I can help. And he goes, the Holy Spirit asked me to come and see you. So I have to pull my seat and sit properly. Holy Spirit, wow. So, and what did the Holy Spirit say? So I was listening to you on Saturday, and I was moved to come and talk to you about how you can help me with my youth ministry that I want to set up in Ghana. And I said, okay, what's my role? What do you want me to do? And he said, oh, just to talk about it on radio and then to MC the events as and when we organize that. I said, is that all you need from me? So yes, it's okay. Anything for God, I mean. So we did a few events. He is from the UK. It's called Reverend Martin Reed. So we did a few events. He went back to the UK, but he stayed in touch. So sometime in 2006 or 7 or so, 2010, sometime in March, I got a call from Reverend Martin Reed and said, hey, yo. So Reverend, how are you? So, okay, I need you to assist a friend of mine. And I said, okay, who? He said, Azuma Nelson. I said, which of the Azuma Nelsons? Oh, the boxer. Remember he was at my wedding? I said, yes. So he's doing something, and I told him that you can be of help. So I need your permission to send your number to him. I said, no, give me his number, let me call him. I mean, this is Azuma we're talking about. But guess what? Even before he will call me, he's giving my number to Azuma, but wanted to just, be formal about it. So he tossed me Azuma's number. I used to live at Achimota, not too far from Kwame Shobi's boutique, the current Malcolm, which is less than 5 minutes from Azuma's house. So I called Azuma. And so the moment he picked up, he said, Openi. I said, no, I'm a young man. And he said, oh, I got your number from Martin, Reverend Martin. He said, yeah, he talked about you. I said, are you home? He said, yes. I said, okay, I'm coming over. And he said, do you know my house? I said, I'm 5 minutes from your house. I said, really? So I went by, and back then, he was working on, with his team, they were working on a book called 12 Rounds of Boxing and Life.
Okay.
It's a supplementary book approved by the GES for junior high schools and high school students. He relates life in the boxing to life outside the ring. How you need to be focused, God-fearing, yada, yada, yada. So he said, okay, yeah, they're trying to launch a book and they need, people on board. No problem. So I showed up at the meeting a few times. I had a few concerns about how this whole thing was being put together. So I had a private conversation with him. And I said to him, I've looked at the products that you want us to launch. I have a few issues with the product. And knowing the person you are, your name cannot be associated with this. So I made my case. He heard me and he said, okay, can you say it at our next meeting? I said, why not? So at the next meeting, these are big boys. So I had to listen. So towards the tail end of the meeting, then I raised it. I had taken the book, I had circled all the mistakes, and I told the committee that I have looked at the book carefully. I don't think we should launch this book because this is Azuma. I said, why? I said, because I've seen a few mistakes. They've printed 5,000 or 10,000 copies from Australia. I said, we have to throw it away. So Azuma was just quiet, watching the reaction of the people. And I've taken my time and circled the problems. So nobody could argue. So then Samuel Kaite of blessed memory, who was then the manager of Azuma Nelson, asked me, so what are you suggesting? I said, we're going to throw the books away and reprint them.
About 5,000 copies?
About, I think 5,000 or 10,000 copies printed from Australia. So I said, can I have a soft copy of the book? Then Azuma instructed the secretaries to send it to me. Then I gave the soft, when I received it, I forwarded it to some other people for them to work on it, improve, add some stuff. And then we reprinted it, not in Australia, but we reprinted in Ghana. And so then Azuma noticed that, okay, this is a young man, a lot of energy, he's here to help, especially from the person who recommended me. And that's how my relationship started with him. So then we started writing about him, streamlining his foundation, Azuma Nelson Foundation. Azuma is a philanthropist, we all know that. Azuma, people love Azuma for many reasons. Beyond his humility, he gives. He's a very generous man. When Azuma was fighting, people were praying for him for different reasons. There were people who saw their school fees in his pockets. There were people who saw their rent issues in his pocket. So they would go on their knees and pray for him, beyond just bringing in national honor. Because anytime Azuma finished fighting and he came back to Ghana, he sat in a seat like this and listened to people tell their problems and gives them money. The people queued in his house. And these are things that people have said it over and over again. We go places and Kwame Sefakan is talking to me about how he helped him before. Azigiza Jr. is talking about how he gave him money to set up a studio. Everybody talks about his generosity. So I noticed back then that, look, there are people also who take advantage of such stuff. So we needed to streamline the foundation activities. So anytime people came with problems, you have to refer to me.
But I'm sure there have been a few down moments, maybe not from Azuma himself, but maybe there are certain instances or situations where you were not happy, or you were sad, or you were perhaps angry.
With him?
Not necessarily, but because of your association with him.
Oh, okay. So there have been moments where, because I know so much and how people have abused their relationship with him over the period, and yet Azuma will be laughing with these people. Sometimes I don't get it. Perhaps you understand? Like, because of what I know, I'm like, what kind of man is this? Yes, I know the Bible tells you to forgive. But you know, some people would do you something. You're wondering, why are you still talking to him and being nice and still supporting? And as I said, the man is like, he's just too good. So sometimes I get frustrated over something that I'm not even supposed to be frustrated. And sometimes also, when people, I'm not going to mention a name. So one time, Azuma and I had a meeting with a certain guy. Young guy, made money. You said we should come see, because Azuma built a 6-classroom block at Enuma Papem. And we wanted to have a computer lab. And this guy sold laptops and things. And he said, oh yeah, come with the old man. I really like what he's doing, blah, 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 blah. Perez, if you have a meeting with Azuma and you say 1:30 he's there. I am always the late guy. I think I'm on time, but Azuma is like in time. So you said 2 o'clock. You said 2 o'clock. We got there at 1:45. Sat at the reception. There are cameras all over the place, so you can see that we are there. Yeah. I told the receptionist that, Azuma is here to see this guy. Paris, we are there. It's 2:20. It's 2:30. It's 2:40. It's 3. 1 hour. Somebody came. Some government guy, politician came. Within 2 minutes, enter. So I went to the receptionist and I said, tell him it's very disrespectful. Yeah. If he doesn't have time to see us, he should say. In the next 5 minutes, if he's not ready to see us, it's fine. We have to go. I said, look, tell him that if I came alone, boy, I won't have a problem. Sure. But to have the old man seated here for 1 hour without attending to us is very disrespectful. So tell him. So I'm sure he had seen my interaction. I don't know how the secretary told him, but within 5 minutes, the secretary came and said, he said we should meet in the boardroom. Mm-hmm. And when he walked in, I said to him, I said, bro, in front of Azuma, I said, bro, that's wrong. I mean, I know you're a big man, you want to help, but Charlie, you don't do that. Yeah. If I came alone, and I repeated, I said, bro, if I came alone, it's different. But to have the man sit here and 1 hour, so Charlie, you know how the pressure there. I said, no, chill. So if I have the slightest hint that you want to despise, try and misbehave small, I take it very personal, because I have seen how people revere this man. I have seen in New York how immigration officers will abandon their post and run after Zuma for autograph. Wow. I have seen how boxers will be gathered in a room and they'll be calling my phone to say, where is Azuma? Because without Azuma, this program is not starting. I have seen in Azerbaijan where the WBC will say, Azuma and Costa Zoo, you are the only two to meet the president and go on television. I have seen the respect. So when we are here and somebody, small boy B1, misbehave, I take it very personal, but he is calm about it.
What about the higher moments, your favorite moments with Azuma?
I think my favorite moment, Charlie, favorite moment with Azuma, okay, I don't say this in any, he's a very funny guy.
Really?
Okay, see, Azuma is funny. He's a very quiet, but when he's comfortable, my goodness. And he can tease. So, like...
He doesn't look like it.
Exactly. So that's the interesting part. Like, if he's here, he can drop some comments. You're like, did he just say that? That's Azuma. So there's no dull moments with him. Okay. But I think my highest moments will be, in 2004, in 2014 in Las Vegas, December 15 to be precise, when he was crowned WBC's greatest super featherweight boxer of all time. And it was very refreshing. I was with him, I carried the belt, and the accolades, the things the boxers were saying about him. I picked a camera and I was doing an interview, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, all of them. And he would say to Mike Tyson, "Hey, Mike, that's my son." And Mike will say, "Oh," so you can imagine everybody, and these are legends. I see them from afar, but now I am standing next to them. And Azuma is holding my hand and say, "Hey, Mike, that's my son, talk to him." And when the WBC and all these people want to talk to him about their business, he will say, "Talk to my son." I don't know what else, I don't know what greatest moments that is. So I've had several moments with him, but I think the 2014 December 15th in Las Vegas may stand out as one of my moments with him, where I stood there and witnessed him being crowned as the greatest WBC greatest super featherweight boxer of all time.
How does he take all of this? I mean, the fame,
he is super calm.
Respect.
He is super calm. I think fame has never gotten into his head. I don't know how he's able to do it, but he will tell you that if you fear God, you will know that the fame and the money and everything came from above. And so there's a certain source. So if you treat people sharply, you condescend, you disrespect people, God will take that fame from you. So he's very mindful, he's very God-fearing, and when I say God-fearing, proper respect.
Any idea how he got the name Professor?
Oh, it was after this fight against Jeff Fennick in 1992, where there was a very controversial fight. The first one, I think that was in 91 in Las Vegas. Azuma tells me he wasn't feeling too well. He was down with malaria. And Jeff Fennick from Australia is a very aggressive fighter. He used to be a kickboxer. So he's very dirty. And Azuma wasn't completely fit, but he couldn't check out of the fight. So they went ahead and they traveled the distance. They went to the 12th round and the guy did well. So Jeff Fennick expected to be declared the winner and was declared a draw. And he was livid. He was shouting, screaming, accusing everybody, robbery, yada, yada, yada. And Azuma said, "Okay, no problem. You know why? I was not well. You couldn't knock me out. Choose a venue. Tell me where." And in his own words, he said, "Your father can be the judge, your mother can be the referee, your kids can be the fans. It can happen in your bedroom. I'll still knock you out." Because I was sick, he couldn't do anything about it. So it was after the fight, and then he said, "Oh, this was like a father and son relationship." and then the commentator said, "Oh, it's like a professor." I said, "Oh yeah." So the name actually came from the commentator. So that's a boxing professor who can beat somebody, because he said, "I will beat him and teach him his mistakes."
For someone who is quite unassuming, Azuma did the trash talking quite well. Sometimes I watch some of the things he said prior to, I'm like, how can this man be saying this? He's looking like, but he's a great boxer.
He is.
I don't know, but I don't think we'll ever get someone in Ghana here who will fight like him.
Are we ever going to have another Azuma Nelson? Of course, we can have, if the person is ready to pay the price for it. And obviously, the person's name will not be Azuma Nelson, but it could be a Perez, it could be a Yao, it could be a Kojo. But the price will be: will the person stay humble? Will the person be ready to listen? Will the person be God-fearing? Will the person not condescend, despise, and disrespect people? Will the person be serious about his training regime? And everything that goes into building an outstanding boxer. If we have somebody ready to pay that price, then we can have not just a champion that will be a flash in the pan, but a champion who would stay a champion for a very long time.
Some feel that he's our greatest sports personality ever.
Definitely. And of course, Azuma's name transcends just boxing. Azuma's name, you can put philanthropy there. You can put somebody who is a motivator, because in recent times he's not boxing, but he's inspiring and motivating a lot of people. So there are corporate events where Azuma will go and talk to workers on how to persevere for excellence.
I mean, thank you very much, Yasir Ferry, for hosting us.
Welcome.
In your office. This is Sports Check, and Yasir Ferry, the CEO of Right Sports and the manager of Azuma Nelson, has been my guest. We've been speaking basketball as well as the career of Azuma Nelson and what he thinks the legendary boxer's legacy will be. Until we come your way with another edition of the show, I am Perez as well. Yapon.
I'll see you,